Hey, Bellico! What's up? Hello, hello. I don't know why. You're confused. Why are you confused? Why, pray tell, would you? You don't know where to farm? I'm afraid I can't really help you at the moment. I know myself. We'll get there. No guide on farming yet. So most people are saying floor 5. I know that much. Clearing floor 5. Maybe just try that. Hello, folks. We're back again. We're back in Lower Gook. Lower Gook. I think I'm gonna go down to the Ghoul King. Try and camp some got sorts of cash up their procs. We're just trying to farm up a little bit more today. We gotta do raids. Gotta do some raids today. The reset is tomorrow. We need to do at least a few raids. We like VOX, NAGAFEN, Master YAEL. Master YAEL I think is really easy. So I'm told. Thanks, Melancholic. That's me. I'm only winning. I only ever win. I've never lost in my life. It's crazy. Imagine losing. Just imagine losing. We're quite strong now, but the Ghoul Lord is a bit of a rough camp. A really rough camp to break into. Imagine losing. I can't even imagine it. I genuinely can't even imagine losing. Never experienced anything like it. It's like rich people can't imagine like scrounging for food, right? That's how I feel about losing. I just can't even fathom it. We have been grinding stuff so long now. Eventually we will get to a point where we have nothing to grind in any of our games. It's happening. I can feel it. I can feel it coming to a conclusion. The Wizardry relic grind probably going to take a little while. I'm running out of things to queue up in Granblue. We're actually like getting to a sort of kind of end. Anime grinding. There's a lot of anime out there. Like I think you'll be all right. You aggroed my pet. You little shit. Absolute little turd. Friday. That was GBF, yeah. One of the Arcarum tracks. Arcarum's actually full of bangers. Full of absolute rinsing bangers. I still want to invite. Not a good. Group. Full of empty pots, what Arcarum? Yeah. Poor Fox. Poor Foxy. I'm a little bit scared of this clear up to the Ghoul Lord. Well, maybe not the clear up to it, but the actual Ghoul Lord room itself. Oh, dear God. My pet doesn't aggro. I forgot there was a pit trap there. I mean, that kind of did. That's kind of fine, but that wasn't really what I was intending to do. That's one of the reasons why I still like this game so much. Like, still makes my heart skip a beat when I do something, when I fuck something up. Even with no, I guess it's like just really conditioned into me. Even with no real punishment for death here, like relatively at least. Finish our boxing on Granblue today. Let's not get too crazy. Oh, shit. Aggro from there. Ah. Guy didn't move in fast enough. Good deck casting. Aggro the other dude. Oh, don't kill my pet. Don't be like that, guys. I'm absolutely getting low hands. Really glad I lolled that mob. Fuck. Gotta get recovery. It's gonna be really tight. Absolutely. Oh. Even if Ruben turned out to not be the greatest, it's still fun waiting for it. Yeah, I mean, like, the game still looks cool. Did you enjoy it all the same? Kinda did. I think we might as well rebuff while we're here. Just I still have to be careful here. Like that really pushed me to a limit. Did not have much wiggle room there. No hit crosscode. Yeah, indeed, indeed. This guy's single, so we can just. Man of him. A 2, but I think turn into a 3.
Oh, it's single, right, yeah. You have to get all the way up here. Holy mage. It all makes sense now. That was a little bit. I think this is 2. What's that for? Wait with Pony Island 2, yeah, I know you always bring that game up. I know you love that IP. The whole I don't even know what to call it. Hi Cyril. What's up? Grab this guy. Exploding Kittens. Ooh, is that a board game or something? I recognize the name, kinda. But I've never played it. Ooh. Got that in chat. Next one's a 1. Got a little friend. Thanks for being here, Cyril. That was actually, the other one did actually come away from each other. High level for me to soothe. I think we can suck it up. Hi. Really needs to die. Fuck. So much healing. Fuck. God damn, wow. We just couldn't burst through the healing. Sucks.
Sucks to suck. Yep, sure did. I absolutely cleaned our fucking. Hello, Jakari. How are you? Restart the. Oh, why did I? Why did I say now? I don't know. I had WoW brain there for a second. I need to go. I need to zone out to reset the. Hanging in there, lovely. Have a lot of Sonic OST. There is some amount in there, yeah. Maybe like 20 tracks. Hi, Bread Sick. How are you? Quite a lot of 42. Calm at 43. That's the real money shot. That means that we can actually pacify stuff. We are hitting the limits of what we can pacify. Holy EverQuest. Holy brim. In Japan, yeah. This week. Like, 3 days. But global, like I was saying on the Discord, like it's a Konami gacha, it's an IP gacha, it's a Japanese server gacha, like I don't want to say DOA, but Dance of Angel, indeed. Don't push me in the water. Please. Please. Be merciful. Pitch Switkaden. Enjoy your hide. Enjoy your hiding, Marsh. We are fighting Froggos. For the time being, at least. Undead Froggos. Yeah, that's their insides, their guts. Ribcage. Organs. It's because they joke about Sweetily playing Suikoden because it sounds like sweet. You're confused, Malika. Nah. They're dead as fuck. As long as you're happy, Bellico.
Oh my dear God. Had accurate. Don't think we can deal with like. Reset. No harm done. Dead. Oh, pretty. Asher carried the 8 demons. God bless Asher. The one and true savior. Should I just miss El Dorado even if he has a potential inherit? I think his potential inherit sucks as well, if I remember correctly. Like, it's potentially useful if you're going to use a knight. Yeah, it's not unyielding will to fight. That's Glalia. Glalia's unyielding will to fight, and Alex, the knight. Like, all cover could be useful if you're using a knight. Hello, Coctobus. How are you? Cool. How are you getting on? Doing beta? No, I don't touch the closed beta. I only play the open betas. I only did one little session on the closed beta. I think all right. Hit 50 on your SK Monk Shaman yesterday. Cool, congrats. Yeah, I'll be trying to do some raids tomorrow, today for the reset. I'm obviously not 50. We'll be on the struggle bus a little bit. Love to pull them further back in the corridor, but I can't. Got the third. We need to dot this. Kill it. Healing. Hey, like your combo? Yeah, it's really, really fun. Obviously, not quite as optimal as Enchanter, probably, instead of Shaman, but I prefer this. I like face tanking stuff, I find it fun. Yeah, they are, because you just mares everything. Just mares and stun everything instead, like, you don't need the healing. what was not this. Eat ourselves a little bit. After launch got delayed, I was wondering how you been. Glad to see you playing this. Yeah, yeah, I'm doing good. I was obviously disappointed that they shifted launch. I understand why they needed to, and I understand they had to do it. I just think it sucks that they floated release dates. I don't like it when companies do that. It kind of made me lose a little bit of faith in them. But I still do really like the game, and I really like the company behind it. It's just unfortunate. One of my real pet peeves in development when companies start pushing out release dates and then don't meet them. I think it's just not good etiquette. But their development as a whole has been really solid throughout their development. Like, I don't want to hold it against them too much. I'll believe it when I see it now. I don't have quite the same faith as I did before. Like, I won't believe it comes out October 1st until they like actually lock it in. Like, right around the corner. Hello, Twishweet. We have mob on either side here, right? Doing global, yeah, I don't know about that. Like, it's Konami, right? Like, Japanese game. I don't know, man. I hope, but even if it does, I don't have super high hopes. Like, it's gonna be like 17th class citizen Japanese gacha things. I'll try it. Which ones, Twishroot? Wizardry streams. I mean, I will stream some Wizardry probably this week, I would imagine. I want to do some of the relic grinds. Probably not all of them. I want to do some of them. I didn't quit Wizardry. Give me Giga fast. I mean, great. Even better. Yeah, I can't really see myself needing sword. More than sword staff. I don't really need staff. It's just I don't have any good staff. It isn't for the effect on the stave or anything. It's because my staffs are shit. So, like, it's actually a huge upgrade just in terms of raw stats. For Burke. Could do. If it really doesn't take that long, then maybe I will, but I'll see how it goes with the first two. I'll see how the process goes with the first, like the sword. We'll go from there. I might find it just perfectly fine, switch your brain off, whatever. Or I might find it really frustrating. It's hard to say until I actually try it. Like, I would not want to be doing ninja farming for a week. I would pull my fucking hair out. Too many moving parts. Ninja farming is a 0 out of 10. Oh, where'd the second one come from? That worries me. Oh, from so far away. That's okay though, it's just... do we need to dot this? I want it to die through the healing. Leave the pet alone, please. These pools start to get a bit sketchy up here. The Ghoul Lord room is the worst. The Ghoul Lord room is actually horrible because we don't have... we're probably not going to be able to pacify the mobs in there. Our pacify cap's at 40 right now. Don't get our next pacify until 43. Bit out of reach. Holy particle explosion, indeed, creaky doors. Love a few particles. Not ever quest without particles. That's a 2, right? Go for a second. Eat ourselves a bit. The match fest in JJWF will be extended as expected. Yeah, after the collab stuff ends, starting up again after reset tonight, so have costs and stuff until at least August the 6th. I was obviously hoping for that. So I'm really glad to hear it. Thanks, Spike, mate. We are like getting through the shit that we need to do. I have one more mastery trial I need to do. A little bit of Belial and Beelzebub. We're almost done with boxing. Then I have like relic shards. Fight me, yeah, that's his name. Can't pacify this. I think we just pull them. Only 2. It's only 1 apparently. I'm really surprised that didn't aggro the guy behind. The helm, you look like a snail. Yeah, kind of true. It's 2. Fine. Weird that that one pulled, but the last one didn't pull that one. I hate this room. I'm already dreading it. We're not going to see either of these sides. I think it's going to be 2. Oh, just 1. Definitely makes things easier. Don't entomb me in ice. I don't want to be entombed in ice. I have a feeling. I think we can. That room looks so bad. It looks like we might be able to soothe one of the ghoul knights, actually. I'll have to take both of them at once or split them. Both of the red cons at once. Lower GUK feels like a prison. I mean, it is, right? Like, the whole of this quarter is... It's like a slave ring for the undead froglocks, the slaves in all the cages. Basically is a prison. I can absolutely believe it, Breadstick. You're a fucking tryhard, mate. Our haste back up. Yeah, luckily, one of these I think is soothable. This knight is exactly level 40. Which helps us out an awful. Split them. Don't think we can through. Even taking these 2 is going to be a push. The warrior monk, that's pretty combo. The shadow knight shaman, that's not so easy, but It'll be okay. So we soothe here and then pull the 2, I think. Try and split. Go over channel. Holy moly. That is some output. They are both slowed. Have full debuffs on the Ghoul Lord. You have to. Ooh, that is some damage. That's not good. Fine. Sorry, pet. We might bleed out to the dots. Ow! Fuck. Okay, so that is an incredibly rough pull. We're gonna have to split them. We're actually gonna have to like hard split them. It's gonna be really awkward because it's a tiny room. There's no way we can face tank both of those. It's so easy if we could just pacify them, but we can't. Switch over to Monk, Shadow Knight, Wiz, since my friend group has 3 healer characters. Ah, cool. Turn nuke everything to death. It's awesome, man. Hope you have fun. 0 treasure cost for raids in GBF instead of half cost. Wait, we do? When? Is that a thing? Really? I didn't know that. Ooh. Free raids. OP. When is that? Bite me. Had that for anniversaries, really? I don't think so, but I may not be remembering correctly. Oh, 0 treasure cost. Sorry, not 0 cost. Yeah, my bad. Like the entry gems and shit that you use. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Buff the things that are on cooldown. Actually, don't know. One way to find out. It does. I need to farm more malice fragments. We're almost out of malice fragments again. I hate malice fragments, dude. Like, what's even good to farm for malice fragments? Nothing. Can't get them from skips. Fuck Malice Fragments. Ah, you're not on Greater Hold. You can do it, Pet. I believe in you. I neek myself free. Probably be quicker with it. Oh yeah, I guess you can do Odious for Malice Fragments. I still don't even have the Odious raids unlocked. I don't actually know what you have to do to unlock the Odious raids. Probably like beat something or other I haven't done. Oh, congrats, Creaky Doors. Go through the new story. I'm at the end of the story, so I don't think it's that. Maybe there's a quest there somewhere that I haven't done. Not that, not that I'm in a hurry to queue Odious raids though. Wake up to me being 45. Ow. Where do you think I'm getting this magical time from, Lars? Oh yeah, maybe he bite me. I don't have it unlocked anyway, so I can't do shit. Have to figure out what I'm missing for it. Ah, it's a free quest, is it? Missed it somewhere. Ah, don't push the water. Come on, man. Civil. Rival of the Verboten. Okay. I'll have a look. I'm probably moosing on Granblue. Pendant, yeah. Can't believe we never had a golden pendant drop. This O. On ice bones. Happy doing everything else for XP, but not that room. Ace quickly. You can be a floating nugget. Wait, what? Do you want to elaborate at all, Whiskey Dabs? Three? Because we angle. Hello! How are you, Alex? Hello! Hello, Alex. How are you? The running clock tower and everything, as usual. Guys, two. Why we didn't get. Roma was in a different place. I'm also okay, thank you for it. We're grinding our little abysses. This room's a bit sketchy. Yeah. Ooh. Close. What do you got planned for the day, Alex? Put me through, brother. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. We got Pathfinder tomorrow, right? It's on tomorrow, right? Yeah, it's the bug guy from Monsters and Memories. We do, cool. Who's dying first in Pathfinder? What do we think? On, off, on. Yeah, got you. This is why I always make a note in the channel. It's mainly for me. so I don't forget. Miss stuff was rough. That's cold, Alex. Damn. Ah, just for you to go straight there, that's just very cold and calculating, Alex. That's heartless, mate. Pathfinder is my blame. Hey, look. I'm just the humble. You're the ones playing the story. Obviously, the 6th Advent Dragon Quest, excluding Area and Wilderness. 2 more for Sierra Cut clear. Nice, congrats. Give us a second. Room. Getcho. Unless we get the Roma as well. Did indeed get them. The warrior cleric burst it. Ah, civilization. Wondering how our duration was going up over 50. Big 42. Unfortunately, that is not the level that we... 43 is our new pacify. Take this guy. Issue. So you tell Jiragen clocks out. You're enjoying EverQuest? So yeah, been having an absolute blast with it. It's really fun. It's a big like power fantasy kind of thing. It's really well put together as well. It's like very high quality. Obviously what you would expect for a paid for release. Our pet is found a friend. have lay on hands my pet before. I will do it again. Gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, the next pull is 2. Go around the corner to the little booth. Probably want some mana first. Eat ourselves a bit. Oh shit, I didn't actually even memorize my spells. 42. So Blast of Poison, unique. Blast of Poison. Slug's Healing. Maybe that will encourage me to actually use this a bit more. Torpor. Guardian is... This is the Shaman buff. The Shaman and Paladin armor buffs have really confusing names. They all sound like they're Paladin-y. And Alacrity. You haste. Excellent. Shield becomes Guardian. Buffs, armor class, Guardian. This is a Paladin one called Guard. Hello, son. Doing pretty good, thank you. How are you? Okay. Haste. Our new haste. I think it takes us to a haste cap, doesn't it? Oh no, not quite. Our haste cap is 185, I think, because we're monk. I really don't like going into those holes. Freaks me out when I like push into the wall. Just disappear into the slats in the wall. Just shrunk. Don't care for that. I saw an advertisement for the burger place in your area called Slutty Buns. Oh, dude. I have seen a YouTube video reviewing Slutty Buns. I'm pretty sure that that is your one as well. It made me laugh. So I clicked it. Doing good. Came home from school and now I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Reborn again. Nice. Are you, is it a new playthrough or have you been playing it for a while? Yeah, I'm on, big boy. I don't know, but I've heard the name before and it was quite recent, probably like a month ago. I still remember the name because it's ridiculous, and then all of the menu items have like ridiculous innuendo names. Oh, so you're almost right at the end, son. Good luck. Alex, when are you ordering yourself some slutty buns, mate? Yeah, I mean, same. The YouTube video that covered it just caught my eye. I was like, slutty buns? What? I couldn't ignore it. You know what I'm like. Oh, we should use slugs. We should start using slugs healing, shouldn't we? Like to stuff like that. He's been evil in 12. How is that even possible? It's so mathematically unlikely. It's so mathematically unlikely. What the hell? It was really fun getting to play with you in the game, Alex. I wish it had lasted a bit longer. I also wish I'd been able to get to talk to you, but you were so popular. It just can't stop him. It's meant to even out. Nobody talks to you. Well, how are you always in a chat? You were always in a chat whenever I was whenever I wanted to talk to you. Someone must have talked to you. Like ships in the night, Alex. Like ships in the night, mate. Wait, this guy already lay on hands? He's taking a real beating. Taking an absolute pounding. Yeah, we usually play on Sundays, almost always. I was in 4 different chats. Shit, was I? Fuck. I was oh. Whoops, I forgot. A busy man. It's a weird one because I was dead as well. The first game and the second game last night were very different because the first game we had it all figured out, like it was all sorted. Then the second game we were just fucking clueless. We were just hinging on one thing happening and hoping it was right. That's kind of ideal, sort of. It would have been ideal if I hadn't got rooted. That's a little less than I. Yeah, oh, that's fucked. Oh, that's fucked. That's so fucked. That's so fucked. What an awful route. What an absolutely shocking route. What an absolutely criminal route that was. Mate, you already played a game in seat 7. What are you talking about? We gotta wait for these to reset before I can pop up. God, there's another mob here. Let's jog on. Thank you. Gonna have to find a spot to buff. I think we can go into the corridor to the hand room. Right, we need to make that not a 4. Playing as Ravenkeeper, I find, is ultra stressful. Ultra stressful. Because you get a load of hate for being a useless role, like, because you can't reveal what you are, and so you have this massive target on your back. That is too. Oh god, oh god. This should be single run. Yeah, you have the power. You have a lot of power as the Raven Keeper. But like, it requires you to like basically paint a massive target on your back to the evil team, while not painting a massive target on your back to the good team. I think this is actually single, if I remember correctly. Even though it doesn't look like it's single. I think this is... Worse, it'll be 2. Is... Yo, oh shit! That isn't on greater hold. My bad, that's my bad. Yeah, I'm trying to go farm the Ghoul Lord, but it's a very, very rough camp. I don't have a high level pacify right now. Got an ad. Going to in a second. Kill that. Don't want the ranger healing. Wild claimed 3 roles and 2 of them were claimed elsewhere. One was Demon bluffing, his ticket was planned. As I said, it was, JJ was please don't give me an evil token in my 1 game. Yeah. My only concern in that game was that Alfie was the minion, and then we were going to have to figure out whether it was you or Mickey. I really thought it was Mickey, though, because Mickey was sharing info with me. Like, Mickey never shares info with me if he's good. Only when he's evil. Arthur coming down. We could take these 2. I think that would be the worst thing in the world. I think we can get the lull. Might pull it anyway, because they're close. Might just jerk into it. Love jerking into things. To rehaste. I think the better option was Fake Slayer shooting Alpha. Yeah, I agree. Him slayering you or pretending to slayer you only solidified that you were safe. From my, I couldn't see a world where Alfie wasn't evil, and not because I think I'd said anything to Alfie really over the course of the game, but because it like all of the abilities just lined up in a way where he couldn't be good. It wasn't actually possible for him to be good. Pacify this side again. So Mickey's best bet was putting suspicion on you, which like was reasonable, I think. He'll die quickly. And here we are at the Ghoul Lord. That's not looking great. So we'll be able to lull the right mob in there, probably, hopefully. But we're gonna have to split the Lord. Actual factual monks split them, I think, to break the camp. We want to pull this right now. It's not connected. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. It was connected. JK. Alright, we're just splitting early here. These dots. Banking me. We have to try and catch this guy as he comes around. Apparently, that is also going to aggro the room. Come on, you dickbag. Movement from you. You need to come up here. Thank you, Pi. You're an awesome filly yourself. Come on, Mr. Ghoul Knight. We need you to come up here. You are so welcome. So annoying. Please. Please, Mr. Ghoul. Look, I'm right here. I'm juicy. Yeah. This is what we're looking for. The money shot. Okay. Ah, we've got respawns. That took so long. Splitting that took so long. Okay, horrendous. Fuck. Early. God. Thank you, Coffee Loki. That's very kind of you to raid. Ah, fail. I don't think we can tank this, can we? He's gonna butter our biscuit. We have to feign this. Oh, I didn't mean to attack with my pet. Oh well. Do it without a pet. Fuck a duck. He wandered back too early. Maybe this is just too hard. Maybe we just have to get to 43. This split is so rough with the respawn times the way they are. We're going to get respawns on top of us. Coffee Loki, thank you so much. That's so nice of you to raid. Sorry, I was very zoned in. Oh god! Fell to the ground. Yeah, I don't think we can split this easily enough. It's gonna take too long. We're gonna get respawns on top of us. I think we gotta farm until 43 to get our new soothe. I don't think we can tank them both at once. This isn't the worst combo. I guess we could try. It's gonna be brutal. So much damage. We almost got it then. Yeah, we gotta resummon up it. What were you playing today, Coffee Loki? I'm gonna put stat points on Kagero. Probably speed? Scales of evasion, right? He's an evasion scaler, so you want as much. I mean, speed is good anyway. Probably speed? Not exactly a Kagero expert, I'm afraid. Mongol Skydive, Cookie Crumble. In Silver Palace, Close Breeder. Cool. Hope you've been enjoying them. Oh, shit. Save. Guardian. Buffs, armor. A. Don't have any spells up for this, but actually, fine. Have the dots to help push this down. Cleric. Rook. I think we clear out the other side. And I'll try and do the double pull, but I'm not confident. Stretch of the imagination. But we're gonna have to wait for the other mob to respawn as well. And that hangs around in the gate here. If it wasn't a healer, second class, we'd probably be okay. But unfortunately, Shaman, it's not the worst healer. It does also put out a lot of damage. It puts out a lot of dot damage. There's one mob that spawns in here. Guess we need to wait for that. Two. Ready. Hold again. There's so many. I think our main mission here is probably to level up rather than trying to do that camp. It's just so hard. Out soothe. That mob has respawned now. and try and grab that. Eat ourselves a bit. Waiting for this fine green gentleman. Path around the pillar. Is it not speed? Doesn't he not scale? Does he not scale up evasion? Yeah, I mean, like, speed is really good as to begin with, and then as soon as you factor in the fact that he scales with evasion. Speed is it for me. Crush rate belt plus 9, what a beast. Okay, I guess I'm gonna try and tank this then. I'm not I'm not ultra confident, but I think we need to go over channel, right? Play the All Night as well. Gonna butter our biscuit. Yeah, they're both slowed. How much mana we've used already, though. Gonna have to go recovery and lay on hands. Low as I was willing to risk getting it. Ah, no way. Chance. It's not like super duper 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 far off, but it's just too much incoming damage. Can't mitigate it. Sucks. Fuck. I fucked up. Yeah, we got it. We got it. The pet was still on my aggro list. You guys in a level. Wait for the pet to drop off. Get up and rebuff before it respawns. They are quite close behind. If I was a better monk, I might be able to split those. But it's too hard for me. With the amount of time we have to do it. The close quarters. This is 3, isn't it, if I pull that? I need to get out of here, though, because I can't have that thing respawning on me. Oh, you ultra fast. We're just getting XP now. Gotta get XP to 43. I guess I shit the Frozen Skies lore. No. Maybe we should go farm those out. That is a mage. Very, very careful here. Mages can do unspeakable things. I love to just chain together massive nukes with nothing in the middle. Yeah, like this dude. Yep. Okay. I don't really know where to go and clear. I don't really want to do the hand. Hand sucks. Just swim through the water. I guess we just clear down and then back up. Just need to get to 43 and then we can do that camp. Won't be a problem when we can single them. We can do these. Just 2 single pools. Oh, the Magus. So, thought it was in the other part. Whoops. We got lay on hands, we should be fine. Have to burst that guy down though. Yeah, we are okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. We can't use that. I don't think there's anything from the Archmage. So except his XP, of course. We will happily take. Yeah, we can pull. Don't wait for combat stability 3. Fuck's sake, I thought that was the square down. I have hours, I must have still fall down pit. I think both of those pull, so that would be a okay. Even better. Yeah, attack with my pet a bit too early there. It got the pet aggro on her. Yep. The joys of pet control. Silver necklace. I don't think we're going to have any problems for money again. Unless we're trying to do something exciting, super exciting. Recovery. Oops. Bring 2. Do I think? Did that really not? One's even better. Paladin. I was like, how the hell did he heal so much? Darn paladins. Get a real job. I guess we clear back down. We're about 60% of the way through the level. Red around his mouth, looks like me when I've just finished ravaging a donut. He's very dead. Dev. He's a little bare bones. You had any donuts recently, mate? I saw you do a smashing shit with an axe, caveman style, earlier. Respect that. Very dead inside as well, yeah. Dead inside and out. That's me. Coming out an old dead tree. Did you get it out? Of course you did. Of course you did. You're a beast, Devin. Stone cold beast. How'd you do it, mate? Just in the garden, you were gonna burn it. I'm glad you went with the axe. I'm not sure about the burning bit. Maybe after you've axed it out, you could burn it. You know? Like all it takes is one bit of random volatile fire, and suddenly you've got a situation on your hands. In the Archmagus. Yes, sir. Yes. I don't think this aggro's the hand, does it? Makes it easier to pull the hand. When's this end? Or is it full release? This is full release. Dev. Yeah, this is out. This is like big power fantasy EQ. I'm 3 classes. 50. I gotta do some raiding today because the raid resets. Alright. Not really ready, but we're gonna try anyway. No, this is... Well, you can. There's nothing stopping you playing with other people on this server. But it's definitely got a big kind of solo focus to it. Real, like, power fantasy stuff. You can still play with other people, though. It's really well put together. They've done a really good job with it. It does, but yeah, it's they've done everything really well. Like I've a million times before, right? But they've done a really good job with how they've implemented all the systems and stuff. Like, it's all really flawlessly done. The loot drops, and multi-classing thing. It's just really high quality. This has difficulty scaling on it. I'm on the highest difficulty right now. And as you go up in difficulties, the mobs get additional classes, because you have an additional class. You have 2 additional classes. As you go up in difficulties, the mobs also get additional classes. They do all sorts of random shit. Like this Archmagus is a wizard berserker. The other guy's a warrior bard. Don't do me in ice. I don't want it. I don't want it. But into it easily. You can actually. You have grandkids. Who? Me? I'd have to have kids to have grandkids, right? Was I ever pregnant? I've never been pregnant in my life, no. We have our own JJWF preg, I think, somewhere. Can't remember what it is. Oh. Come back! It's nice chatting with you, Deb. Good work on the garden. Ready work, hell yeah. You deserve a nice pint of Guinness, mate. That's a man's drink for some man's work. This is 2. Yeah, all that iron. Oh. Very nice, Mr. Shadow Knight. %, of your daily recommended. Hot damn. I'm sure it was. I'm sure they didn't mention how much of it was though. 3%. %, that's ridiculous. Do not kill the pet. Do not kill the pet. No. I will lay on hands the pet. I'll do it. I will do it. Don't push me. It's okay. It's only a ghost wolf, Rogue. It's already dead. I killed it myself. we summon up. We summon up the spirits of the dead. Like what we do. We're a shaman. At least 1/3 of us is a shaman. Hey, hi, Bisa. Good question, Rogue. It's a good question. I don't have an answer for you, I'm afraid. Probably lots of things. What class is this? Rogue Wiz. Probably need to chill for a second before we fuck with Mr. Rogue Wiz. That's okay, Gabby. So it happens, mate. I understand. Thanks for protecting pets. It sucks healing is pretty efficient now. I think I should be using this more. Can we report Capisaur 2? Report this. It was a very small dam. It's a free country. Oh. I guess this country isn't that free. Some of you might be in free countries. And report who you wish. Animals don't mind watching fireworks. They hate listening to fireworks. Right? Sounds. Oh, you know, guys? These get straight out of a daytime TV action 80s. Maybe. Probably a video game, though. America's land of the free, mate. Keep up. I'm glad you're feeling better. I hope you continue to improve. The grind never ends. The mines must never be left. Chamber Magus doesn't really do anything for us. What else do we get at 43? Odium? Really, really powerful got. They're making up some insulting words. That's a lot of people, really? Trying to say there. Bigfoot. I think maybe best that I don't know. Man? Just went straight after my pet. Pet must have cast something that was very heavy aggro. Did it. We finished the boxing event on Granblue. This is it. All that. Oh, we got to. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Safer. The other one's a wizard. Making the relic weapons really is a nice thing. They don't reset your full order. Ah, that's really nice. Yeah, that is super nice. It's some ultra good. I have core. I have core for. I of core. Necromancer words, apparently. That is a 2 right now, I think. Convenient movement from it. Ranger MC deal more damage than Fighter MC. Maybe. You'd need a different set of gear though, wouldn't you? I think Ranger deals decent damage. Definitely wouldn't have such nice spammable nukes, probably. There's healing. Humphreys is doing 1.4k damage. Not so great. Just kill them, lol. I already know that I need to eventually make my main character in Wizardry into a healer. So I can't be fucked to mess around with any of that stuff. I'll level him in Ranger, but we won't do anything with it. The only way that I wouldn't have to do that is if they give Eineke healer. Or some kind of like healing class. Healer side class. I think is probably dream work. Okay, so Odium. Calm. Our new Soothe. Lull. Instrumental. And Stamina. Buffs. Annihilated my mana. "44 is Stoicism. It's nowhere near as good as Slugs. Yeah, Ethereal Cleansing. That's the Paladin bot. That is so inefficient. Crazy. It's so unbelievably inefficient. I don't think we'll be using that. We get Valor of Mar, which is a long duration. Oh, it's permanent. That's kind of interesting. Like maybe we would use that over haste just because it's less things to upkeep. I think it's lower than haste. It's really good. Permanent haste is pretty. Hey Quantum! Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you? Wow, Odium is a chunky chunk of mana. Really don't want that resisting. Okay, we can finally try and do this camp. This one, very high level. This. far enough away that didn't aggro. Like, so easy with seed. Channel. Flex herself. Even just by himself, a slog. Yeah, slow on us. It's 3-2. Every. Like. Breet. Tapped out of mana. Ah, slow is worn off. Dust off again. Play back up. That's probably the Beast Lord slow, the Beast Lord pet slow. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Every response. Die immediately. Guess we take this. Possibly functional for us, I'm not sure. Start finding katanas in the junk as early as Abyss 1, I believe, but not in the regular junk. The only regular junk that has katanas in is Abyss 4. But you can find ninjas as early as Abyss 1. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of AC. it's just a bit of HP. That's quite a bit of damage out of this. Channel. Attestations, I believe, come from just the big demon packs and the kindred demons. Ow. Ah, that's why. It should be quite nicely broken up now. Don't worry about splitting these anymore. Figure out how many of these. Thinking probably the back. a little sketchy. Probably should lay on hands there. Slug's healing seems like a big step up from the one below it. Its mana efficiency is a lot higher. I think I need to use that more. Yeah, so head back up. Add. Mr. Lord is back up. Probably need to med up for him though. Right, comes. Over channel, not over mode. Ah, fuck. That was very close. Fuck. That could have been better. Definitely could have been. Back you go, Hopter. Other ones. I think the what has a board. Oh, it just wore off. Fuck a duck. Waiting for the aggro to drop. That still has aggro on me. I hope they missed the good night. Probably just as well at that respawn right now. That's a mage. Ugh. Ugh. Trying to get a bit better at ducking into Mage Hunter to take the nukes. Okay, take two. Oh, come on! It gotta be like this. Hey, the bot. How's it going? Waiting to aggro to drop on the Ghoul Knight. Yeah, that's really good. Really good prog. Makes that feature fantastic. Third time lucky. Okay, go time. Followed into him while we're in over channel. Version. Plugs ourselves. Strikers stance for no real reason. Didn't even get a flying kick in there. That's just a berserker this time, so he's a lot easier than the last time. The alteration doesn't change, so the alter doesn't change back. Right. Interesting. So for remaking it, it becomes fixed. That's really sweet. I love what they did with the relics. I think they are going down a really good track. I hope they do more stuff like that. I really do. I think it's a really positive thing for their gearing. If you full alterations in it, I assume it will still change back. Yeah, I very much doubt it works like that, but I'm certainly not going to be testing it. Maybe. Add. Second ad. Looks. Don't kill my pet. Don't be like that, guys. You assholes. Absolute low lives. Can't believe it. It's fine, the bot. Don't worry about it. Not like they explain it very well. Percentage stats work off of your base, the stats that are provided by your base statistics, as in strength, IQ, etc. And only that. Yep, they're only good when you have a lot of base. And of course, like anything else, they'll be modified by the coefficient of your class. So if you're a fighter, for instance, percentage attack works a lot better than if you are, say, a healer. No, the bot. That would make percentages absolutely insane. Double flat percentage, generally what you want. In a, like, there are already times where percentage gets kind of close for, like, fighters, for instance. Percentage can be better than attack or, like, flat attack or close. As the game draws on and abysses go longer and levels go up and stats go up, eventually percentage will be better. A really long time. That is combat stability. Get to work on natural durability. Needs to do ambidexterity at some point. That is actually a huge damage increase, isn't it? Wonder if we do that before natural durability. I'm not against that. I think maybe we work on ambidexterity first. Yeah, it's going to depend on your character, their stats. Yeah. But yeah, it's already, like, on something it's already comparable, so... Again, next Abyss, maybe it'll be the case where it starts really, like, pulling ahead. On some stuff. So, next year. Shadow Knight Enchanter. Or Shadow Knight pet instead of an Enchanter pet. Over mode. Over mode. Over channel. So may need to enhance ourselves. Oh. Definitely need to enhance ourselves. Looking around with that. Oh. Awkward. No. That route, man. There we go. Come on. Out you come. Absolutely. He somehow rooted me in a place where he could hit me, but I couldn't hit him. Hi, Waking Clouds. How's it going? Oh God. Oh God. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Don't know how we aggroed that. Somehow live this game of ice. A chat. Fuck. Brutal. Guess we restart the. I have no idea how we pulled all that stuff. Ball's behind us, I guess. I wish to leave and quit instant. Relic weapons cost the whole bank to plus 20. Oh, really? They're very expensive. That's a drop in the ocean, mate. Right. For D4. Let's do it. Trying to play this game called Daphne. I hear it's pretty good. Have you tried or heard about it? I'm kind of new here, there. Playing after a month. I have heard of Wizardry where it's Daphne. It's quite a good game, yes. It's just a budget wooer. Yeah, true. So real. Really thought I was gonna die. I feel like a fool. Ooh. We were doing quite well up at the camp. So, really unfortunate pull. Seemed like pretty good XP up there. Finally got yourself Ragnarok. Congrats, boy. Do I want to try to take this room? Yes, we can. This is actually a brutal room. Lies marrow. Alright. Crystallized arrow. Poison making. Probably won't be needing that. I think so. Wiz should do a cruel crossover. I don't think I know what that is. Good luck, Bob. But if it's not a Japanese property, it doesn't look like Wizardry. Chances are probably not. I don't think so, Mythic Foot, no. You guys just stacked up here ready for me. Rule. Don't know. That doesn't really help. I don't know. I don't know who Alan Dean Foster is either. Sorry. He doesn't sound very Japanese though, so it's probably not a valid crossover for Wizardry. Sadly. Maybe I'm assuming too much. Must be, must be. Take 5 minutes to watch the trailer. Nah. I don't watch anything. I don't watch anything these days. I haven't watched anything since the start of the year. The only thing I watch is YouTube stuff related to various gacha stuff and whatnot. Make you come, boys. What's it about? Tell me all about Cruel. Ah. Joined us. Unpleasant surprise. It's gonna be worth it for you. No. Penguin, it's apparently not. Apparently it saves everything. Re-rolls everything. Actually, I'm not 100% sure on that. It keeps your full alteration stone though, apparently. If you use full alteration stone. It resets it plus 0, but it keeps your full alteration stone. Apparently? I don't think so, Mythic Foot, no. Yeah, it'll be the change to silver that ups the blessings. I'm gonna wait to upgrade level until I've remade. For the wiki, that is better. I don't. I'm really not sure. Sorry. I've been told that it doesn't matter. I don't know how true that is. This is a game of patience. It certainly is. Game of patience and frustration. Please don't kill the pet. So unkind. The frustration part is always the bit that you get hit with. That's what you need the patience for. The bot. Ow. Oh, it's a mage. Yeah, Slug's healing is way better than whatever it was came before it. I never eat. Giving us a really big return for our mana investment. Probably a little ambitious to cast. Like sealing without going inversion. A very long cast time. I didn't think about this too well. Oh, no. I forgot that we wouldn't be able to do that while we were snared. When the nice froglocks don't put anything in their pits. What? What on earth? They put anything in their pits. Fine. When is liaise spelled liaise? As in the word liaise. It's been a while. That's all good. I get that sometimes. Sometimes I also forget, like, how something's pronounced. Obscure words. And I go to it and I'm like, shit, I don't remember. I once looked up how this was pronounced and then, but, like, it wasn't worth committing to memory. Wizard. Fuck off, please. Hitting my poor defenseless pet. Criminal. Pet wasn't even hitting it. Any consumable transform items easy to acquire? Consumable transform item, like as in illusion items. Can't think of any off the top of my head. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. I don't think there's anything like that, no. You can obviously get Geyser the Deceiver from down here. Yeah, it's all clicky stuff. Got obliterate. That is 3 more. Got 3. Take 3. Will need to. That guy to die. Really need that guy to die. Fair cooldown to heal it. Are we in a position where we can't hit it? Damage is brutal. Heal by the cancer pack. Or heal, let me recovery. Not great. Not great at all. That was brutal. The brutal trio. But hey, we lived. That's all that matters. Can't stand it. Rebuff the pet. Anyone has 500 storage is a masochist. Yeah, absolutely. Like you're an absolute madman if you have 500 storage in that game after playing for, I don't know, 100 hours or so. Yep, you're a madman. There are full alteration zones in mining, yeah, apparently. Would like to immediately back. That means slowing the enchanter pet. Really great. Guess we eat ourselves. Nice. River channel. Well. Cap. Likes. Over channel. What's up? Holy moly. A bigger chunk than I expected. Picks us up again. Used to have lay on hands if we really need it. I think we'll be alright. Hey, Mr. YK. Legs again. Grabs it. Oh god, we are. Let's just down hands. I think at this point we probably use this. Put the hood in our pet or something. Helsing, thank you. Very kind of you to follow. Oh, we got the plate mail helm look. I think it looks a lot cooler. The snail helm, as it was put earlier. Watched on and off for a bit. Thought I'd follow along. So yeah, it's all good. Don't worry, man. Appreciate you being here all the same. What games do you mostly play, Helsing? Come on, Ghoul Knight. Don't be like that, mate. Come on. Don't just stand there and nuke. Dildo. Sure. I will do my very best. I killed Garda boss on my first run. I went to farter thoughts. Yeah, we've all been there. I went to faster thoughts, and I'm unclear how to proceed to save the Duke. Right, so you did the first run. Boy, you got to keep in mind that I did this well over a year ago at this point. You have to run back through activating the golems. There is a list of sentries. You need to bring the corrosion levels down. There is a sort of pseudo guide there in terms of where the sentries are, if that is of any use to you. You have to use the power that you learned from activating the golem to activate the golems around about the maps. Hey, ED! Have I hosted my Odious raids? I haven't even unlocked my Odious raids, mate. So no. Can I save the Duke on my second run? Yes, technically. Yes, asterisk, 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 asterisk. You will need to follow a guide pretty strictly to be able to do it. Requires some wheeling and stuff. Awesome, Susano. Congrats. No problem at all, Jose. I'm always happy to try to answer if I know. If I know the answer. Yes, if you do it in a way, like in a natural way. But if you know where and how to wheel, you can do it much quicker. I'll be praying for you. Done it. Dude, like, if you think there was ever any chance that they weren't going to tell us that the event was completed, then I don't think you have much idea of how, like, gacha developer, gacha psychology works, you know? Like, there was 0% chance that we weren't going to meet those goals because all of the numbers are made up. Like, it's all publicity. If we don't meet the goal, then it makes the game look dead, and they're not going to have that, are they? I'd love to know the real numbers on how many people finished Garda in that window. on FGO NA raid. Yeah, I would imagine it's hundreds. If I had to guess, I'd probably say it was hundreds. I would be surprised if it was thousands. Ah, I see, Dark Chaos. Yeah, when you learn gacha numbers are never true. Whenever gachas do event, I've never seen a gacha event. Never once have I ever seen a gacha event. Maybe one of you guys has, where they have done a thing that has been like, if you hit X, then we will do X. I have never once seen it not hit its goal. Never even once. Because it makes the game look dead. The whole Garda thing was just another attempt at them trying to advertise. Like they've tried so much stuff, so much different stuff. The boss's HP got spiked down. That's kind of funny. It's like because it wasn't going down fast enough. That's hilarious. I imagine Fate Grand Order and Granblue Fantasy are kind of similar in that they have immense Japanese player bases and their global player bases are actually like not really that big. Oh my god, that's so many mobs. Hold on a sec. 23. Need to inversion. Slugs. Our pet's getting beaten to death as well. We need to slugs our pet. Is this exactly the same as the original EverQuest? No, it's not. This is a much more like power fantasy version of EverQuest. There's no way I could be soloing this stuff otherwise. Version. Folks. Oh, did I just shift out of inversion? Whoops. Never shifted back to recovery in the first place. If I was Drew.com, I'd try to sponsor Corone from HoloLive. Plays Unk games. You know, he's Wizardry IP already. I mean, that's probably a really good idea. I don't really know anything about VTubers. Slugs. But We should wait for mana. Not be greedy. So, this camp is very volatile. There are respawns here as well. There are 2 respawns in this tunnel. Hi, Angel Love. Is it better to give new Rene her dagger if I got it, or Kunai? Nah, her dagger fucking sucks. It's always Citrus Blossom Hairpin. You have Citrus Blossom Hairpin. If you don't have Citrus Blossom Hairpin, it's probably just a regular Kunai. You could frontline her if you want to, if that would be the only time you'd use the dagger. But I think Ninjato typically is going to be better for the average player than dagger in the front line. Yeah, it's a dagger perk. Remember, she has dagger passives. The Alta Rene has a dagger passive. Remember? She has like a kill passive thing. Love these bad boys. Alright, Hop Tour. Is a monk. That is not too bad. Get to Overmastery. Up. Version. Plugs. We need to be vigilant here for respawns. Overmastery. Curse him. Poison him. Do reslay as well. Version slugs. Pretty sure we're not hasted. I think I forgot to haste us. Whoops. Do you know where I could farm the attestations? Apparently floor 5 is generally best for them. You get whatever attestations you want there, and then, or you, whatever you can there, and then you trade them in trading post, but I haven't done it yet. Merging this. That Emerald of Corruption, that's Ranger Epic. No worries, Angel Love. the Paladingle. Kill the Necro first. Looks. $44. We get 44. 44. Blizzard Blast. Kind of worse than that. Stoicism is not good for us. Ethereal Cleansing is not good for us. Color of Mars, like, they're interesting because it's permanent haste, but considerably worse than our regular. I don't think we really get anything for 44. 45 is Superior Healing, which is quite big. Final Pet, I think. And Rage, which is a final Dex buff. Harnessing of Spirit is the big one. That's like the huge Shaman buff. It saves you spell slots as well because it does 3 things at once. 46 is where the money's at. I guess 45 is where the money's at as well. 46, 45, 46. 47's decent because of Valor. 48's aight. Divine Aura is actually really nice, isn't it? This is the big one. Spirit of Puma at 50, but still a long way off. Oh, that is so many mobs. There's a lot more mobs than I thought it would be. They are all on my pet. What an absolute fucking mess. Slugs? Gonna have to let fight this. Hands. Kill this guy. A shot at all. It'll be so hard to feign death as well. Fuck. Bull. My bad. Damn. Really, really bad from me. I don't know how. I don't know how that was so many mobs. I obviously needed to lull there. Damn. Just try to raw dog it. Hello, Chili. A little munchkin. Hello? Are we meowing? Meowing for? Go. Settle down on my lap rather than walking all over the table a million times. Excellent cat behavior. You'll get there eventually, Cyril. Need 45 of the fragments. Over 10 attestations. Yeah. You'll be alright. Don't you worry about it. Did we just single pull that? What the hell? Weird. Like a delay. Iced bone chest. Different. Iced chip. Iced bone chip. Large plated girdle. But pretty much, yeah. Keep farming. Get them eventually. Not like collab's gonna end. I'm seeing. Fine. Careful, Chilliam. Do us both a mischief. I think it's a mad heat. I love how we look like a zombie. Weighing. At least. Battery haste. I hate being readed out of range so much. Ugh. Poor pet. I think we can take this. Three slugs. 3. They're still quite low level. Oh, we're being pushed into a table or something. Bench. Oh, thought maybe we could bypass those. The fine pool. Ooh. Even aggro for some reason. Oh, there we go. A little delay. Doing Belial and Beelzebub on Fantasy. We're still with them. Quick. Didn't expect so many people to be queuing them. Oh shit. See that guy? Had him targeted and I didn't realise. I think I'm gonna save my ability points for ambidexterity. Oh, I was not in recovery. No worries, Bob. Have a good one, my man. You have low on hands, but I'd rather not use it. Getting blasted by enchanted neeks here, right? Solid clearing. Let's wait a second before we go into the pit. This is the pool that killed us. We pulled it from the other side, I think. I don't know exactly how we aggroed as many things as we did, but it was not good. It was insane. Slow us so much. Cool. Pet on my side is really annoying. Can't reposition, unfortunately. Ow. Ugh. Not great. Kill this pet, I guess. No actual real healer here, at least. We don't have an instant heal, so we need to be really careful with our health here. Yep, Suikoden is releasing, I think, on the 6th in Japan. Whether or not we will ever see it in global, who knows? And because it's, you know, Konami plus IP gacha plus Japanese only server gacha, chances are we'll get treated like 17th class citizens and or EOS if they do. But hey. Let's go straight away. Think. Oh, I'm gonna have to run backwards very sharpish. Went. Very awkward that pull. The guys have a really long aggro range. The guys in the roof above. Right, we're back. Cool Lord is a druid. Really bad. Knight, paladin, and a cleric. Lol. Yeah, it didn't aggro. Up you come, Hoptor. The pet quickly. Probably leave a pet to do that. Version. Slugs. Oh my word. That is a huge nuke. Very careful with our health total here. He's not fucking around. Recovery. Slugs. Pet as well, because it's got aggro off his pet. Back to recovery. Not any luck on the short sword, but we are getting XP, and that is the most important thing. We need to rest before we take these, probably. They're both nasty classes. Probably a good idea to give them a gap between Cool or Death anyway. Okay. Oh, I think we need to rebuff really soon. For these. We damage through this. Probably not worth it. Gonna run itself out of mana really quickly. Yeah, already has. Paladin lay on hands don't do anywhere near as much as they used to. They used to literally heal them back to full right, but now the mobs have some HP. Like a little heal. Like 25% or something. Size of your hands, yeah, maybe. Maybe their healing should go down the bigger your hands are. Because you know, a giant's fist on you isn't gonna help much. Ah, we had a. Bugs. A pet for something. It works, I guess. Poor pet was getting backstabbed by this rogue. Fortunate. Rebuff after this. They're out these. Oh, weird. That's up. Put up net cruise. They know what they. Freeze drop net cruise. Ah, okay. I haven't heard anyone else. Oof. Very wizardry thing to do to have us farm something that makes us super dust stronger. I mean, it's a very Final Fantasy thing, right? Oh, oh, to have the super boy. Yeah, yeah, maybe. There's always a king Tombury. He is a monk, that's not so bad. Pressure. Buffs on there. Version for slugs. Slugs. Haste. Recovery. Channel and put dust back up. Dots back up. Recovery. Do another slugs. Maybe a little hasty this pull. Right, yeah. We may do. Slugs and cannibalize. Right, I need to be right back. Just a minute. Hopefully this doesn't respawn and kill me while I'm AFK. You will faint. Yes. Back in a sec.
Oh.
Hello there, Mr. Cool Knight. I didn't realize that one wandered all the way into that. Ah, this one. Sorry. Worth saying. We're gonna kill it slowly due to our slow on us. My pet actually does God's work against me, because I only realised this kind of recently. Like, because it's putting tainted breath on it. It's taking over its regen, and then it's making it want to recast its regen, which is a bit of a waste. We're like kind of out of. We haven't aggroed the other though. Cool, let's back up. Like this, so we can walk back up there. Oh. Fine, we're gonna have to deal with this guy. It's camping there. Lurking. a bit harder. Stuff's up. Slugs ourselves. Slugs. Oh god, oh god, oh god. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Went far enough in, apparently. No, 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 no. That is absolutely still aggro range. Get any further because of route. Probably could have at some point though. Have moved back more. Gotta wait for them to reset. Gonna throw off all of our timers as well. We're gonna have to respawn here. Okay, we'll manage. We're to hold on the pep. we probably need some more mana. Do our best. I'm stuck. I'm most worried now about gotta do it. Ah, the pets. Okay. That is not great. But unfortunately, I think it's unavoidable. The pets are like stacked on top of each other. I'm gonna have to try and kill this guy. They're really blasting. The Ghoul Lord is a druid. Fuck. The other one aggroed as well. Fuck me. That's just really unfortunate. They were all pet classes. So the pets have like actual aggro here. They're like when he pathed across the pet, it aggroed the other guy. Awkward. Very awkward. Quick buff really makes you reconsider how to get regular buffing it. I almost have so many more buffs now. It's because where's yeast? No. Up. What a bat. Place to start is. Oh, that was really useful. That actually pulled the guy out of the corridor. Go on, great. Hold. As is tradition. Let this guy go a sec. Well, very kind of you. Need to rehaste, and then we can try and break that room again. Slugs, because we have to move far out. Pet isn't in such a horrible position this time. I think should put out. Excellent. Much better than last time. Version plugs schlugs. Dots. Plugs. We got a +7 skull shaped Barbie. Because it's that. Okay. Some raw healing here. Buttering. Eric's. Up. there in Brief Bash. Don't really. Don't need that. That's kind of nice. Clarity would be nice. Have to get it for Cannibalize. Cannibalize is very good. Definitely. This is spellcasting. Puma. Great as well. Cast some beneficial spells that have a duration on it. Probably not that important because version. Yeah. Don't think there's apart from that. This is definitely here. My son is made on Dragon Force made a lot worse by actually Divine Stun is what Dragon Force is actually great because it pushes targets back, which still interrupts them without triggering the stun thing. Yeah, Dragon Force is probably quite important to grab. Improved Mem would be very nice. Like, sure, a lot of points. Probably is. Cannibalization is. On 3 minute cool. Yeah, that's so good. Like, we definitely need to. I think the most important things. I think ambidexterity is. Probably that. Spellcasting. Then mental clarity. Then Dragon Force. Out training for some. Probably not. Ooh, Lord is all. Don't blast me for 1,000,000 damage, please. You're a meanie head. You want to just pull him, but I can't. Oh. Who am I? Version plugs. Ow. I don't like what you're putting down here. Oh. Lay on hands. I'll do it with Rocket Venom. Ow! Holy sh! Apply. Focus on healing. Squeeze out a bit more with recovery. Not going to be able to put on another set of dots. I should hopefully force him out of mana. Don't need to re-slow quite yet. His slow on us is gone now. sword not exist. We only want it for the proc anyway, it's not. Look. Another necromancer eye of necromancer research. I think Whack is actually the Frozen Sky's better proc weapon. Short sword anyway. Similar damage. Doesn't stun, but like stuns here are weird. They have DR not working. Bad. Way. And Whack is actually the Frozen Skies has a 50% extra proc modifier. Plus, I think there's a load of other stuff. So I don't think it's the end of the world if we don't get the Yakisha. I don't know how much longer I want to stay at this camp for. There are a couple of other things. Actually need to go and raid. One of the things I need to get down is to catch keep to kill mermaids. That's... The other is camping Pretty Lord. Oh. Ooh's about to come up. Oh no. No. Pet. No pet. No pet. No pet. Ah. I hate to see it. Beast Lord is one of the classes that throw more up. They bring double heal. Bring slow and double heal. I guess it's not really that different to Shaman, like Shaman is just kind of worse. Back out. inversion for the whole of that. Whoops. And here, because we're going to need to pull this guy. Oh, actually, no, we can... Ads, aren't they? Backs. These ads will... Just kill it, lol. Just about be safe. Is it me or is the music loud today? It is exactly the same as it usually is. Oh, my mic is low. That's why. Got to change it back every time I use Clock Tower, the app, that change my mic back. Oh, I forgot. Warning. Check, check, check. Thanks, mate. I forgot. Over mastery. He's a berserker, that's not too scary. Reslug. Redot as well. The recovery. We better wait for a second. Very low on results after that. Can eat ourselves a bit. Ugh, how did I get both? Calm wore off like immediately. Is that 3? Oh no. Oh no. Sorry, Pet. Sorry, Pet. Oh my god. Trying to fiddle with my Ichi music. It woke me up. Hoping the noise can't stop that waking anyone else up. Okay. Oh wait, we should probably take this guy. Oh, this has pulled about 1,000,000 things. Oh, and they're on my pet. No! No! I didn't put him on. Ah, it's fine. We'll rebuff him in a minute. Unfortunate. This really needs to die. Immediately. I think we have to lay our hands. Really grim. Oh, why's that cleric still alive? We're slowed and all sorts of horrible stuff now. Fine. like, sort of fine. Fine-ish. Fine adjacent. It's criminal that cleric's still alive. Fuck. Hey, Arito. How are you? We'll just invis down, back down there. Ah, you're waiting to check into a hotel. Where are you off to this time? Where do your travels take you today? I'm fine, thanks. Not bad at all. Always try to slip past the bat. Doesn't work. Ah, still Phoenix. You just found a good deal at a nice place. Nice. I hope it's really nice. I hope it's a wonderful hotel. Oops. That doesn't really make a difference. Ah. I can't make it up the ladder though. We need to nab this. I think if we no, that's not gonna work. We have to wait for it to move around. We can kill this guy down here. That's a safe pull. Give us haste. Wouldn't get that far. Nice than where you were and cheaper. Sounds like a win-win to me. It's a chain you're diamond with. Oh, perfect. I guess you use hotels a lot then, Ariel. I think we can now pull that. We are careful. Oh dear, where has the second knight's pet come from? That is potentially disastrous for us. I count only one knight and 2 pets. Where is that pulling from? Okay, it's from behind. That's fine, as long as it's not from the big room. Surprisingly horrible. That does clear out the roamers here though. We're gonna need to chill for a minute. Can't pull him with this much health. Diamond with 3 major chains. Jesus, you must use hotels so much. It's wild. I can only dream of being important enough. Be diamond with a hotel. Yeah, we need over mastery. Over channel, sorry. It's not really a big deal. That pet is pretty far out. I'm a little worried it's going to aggro. We are, okay. We are rooted in a kind of awkward spot, but I think it's safe. Oh, dots up. This is a Shadow Knight Druid, so this is kind of horrible. Get inversion, slugs ourselves, and then recovery. Usually if it's stay out, expensive ones to get any perks from high loyalty level and way too cheap for that. I see, I see. Back to over mastery, over channel, and reapply our dots. And back to inversion and slugs. Give our pet slugs as well, as it's having a little duel with their pet. And then recovery. More helms. Only helms. We are absolutely gonna have to chill for a second. I've just lulled myself. That wasn't the kind of chilling I was looking for. Over channel. Could you walk up to me, please? Thank you. Thank you. So kind. There's a druid. Oh, we're not in overmastery, are we? I don't know why I keep calling it overmastery. It's that's a Granblue Fantasy term, isn't it? Over channel. Yeah, GBF on the brain. We definitely need to heal ourselves more. Single. And has used its entire mana bar buffing. We pull from down here, we need to lull. Need to kill that mob up there. Actually, maybe we'll finish clearing out down there first. Well, that's going to mess up the timers, isn't it? Got an ad here. Is that my pet? Or 45. We actually get spells this level. Quite a few, I think. Superior Healing, Frenzied Spirit, Rage. So, Frenzied Spirit, new pet. I think this is our highest level pet that we can get. Frenzied Spirit. Superior Healing. Save that quickly. Let's wait for our spell gem to refresh so we can summon the new pet. And grab our buffs. We need to slot Rage in down here. Statistic buffs. Strength. Rage. Ah, I was in inversion. Never learn. Ghoul Lord is back up. Next level is Harnessing a Spirit. It's 3 knee buffs, but Harnessing a Spirit's the main one. A huge stat buff. $47, 48. I want to see 49 as well. Not really that important. I guess the pacifier is kind of important. 50 is huge. The next, I think 46 is the big level. The Shadow Knight Berserker, so not too bad. All our debuffs up. Slug yourself. And then go back to recovery. Ah, we need to rehaste as well for the pet. That got really messed up. So easy when they don't have a horrible secondary class. Hello, Chi. What's up, Big Chili? What are we meowing about? Hmm? You're always meowing. It's a tough life being a cat, isn't it? We are rooted in a spot where the other ad will aggro as soon as it spawns. Yep. As long as this one dies, it's fine. I see we're rooted out of range. And it's hitting our pet. These mobs by themselves are not really very scary anymore. But when we get ads, it's still very problematic. This is 2. I think that's 2. We're not having respawns up here yet, are we? No. Oh, that's 3. I think it's just 1 if I pull this. Ad from somewhere. Yeah, we can grab the last one down here. That hasn't started repopping yet. Hmm. Probably get to a point where we can clear everything here. And maybe the Sage Room as well. Okay, that's the little shitter guy. Means the Lord is gonna spawn in a second. Maybe more than a second. He'll be up soon. Chili. Come on, darling. Kick out. Maybe it wasn't that scene. So we killed the Ghoul Lord right after we killed that, did we not? Probably took a while for him to die. There he is. Paladin Shadow Knight. Dots. Slugs. This is lay on hands. It's like 10% or something. Got so much health. You can do another row of dots. Does Abyss 2 have any good farming spots? Do I just go back to Abyss 1 to farm? No. Abyss 2 has the first good farming spot in the game. It's in Ship. The Ship is a very, very, very good farming spot. XP? Yes, repel enemy forces if you can kill it reliably. The quest. You can do the first 2 waves of repel enemy forces, and then back out from the 3rd wave, go back to town, come back down, and do it again. That's really, really good XP. But only if you can clear it. This is 2, I think. Oh, fuck. Somehow I managed to interrupt my own spell. Oops. This is 2, okay. Welcome. Come on in. Yesterday you beat the Gamblers and the Greater War 1. You made it to Abyss 4. Hey! Congrats! That's huge, dude. Well done. Haste. A new hero has come to find Alabaster then. Have you done Alabaster yet? You farmed the Alabaster yet, Sage? It's the only real question. I guess there's collab on right now, so that kind of incentivizes against that. Any respawns up here? Oh yeah, there is. Means the Ghoul Lord is not super far behind. I think we could maybe do the Sage in the cycle. Not the Sage, sorry, the Archmagus. There he is. Paladin Shadow Knight. Love a good spin stun. Mostly fire numbers, yeah. Things are good, Santa. Things are good. No, we don't need to reslow. Redot. And reslug. Then back to recovery. Get out of here with your heal. Darn Paladong. Thanks, Senna. Not going for any of the relic weapon? Yeah, I am. There's fucking 40 days on the collab, mate. There's no rush. Your Zide is at the point where potential attack is better than flat. Yeah, I'm not surprised. We were literally talking about that earlier. How that's going to be the case with a lot of units at the moment. Root's annoying. Root's really annoying. That's one of the worst possible places that he could possibly root me. He's rooted me in a position where he can hit me, but I can't hit him. Okay. Come back here. Come back here, brother. Thank you. Are we gonna have to kill the knight? Is that the knight from up there? Oh yeah, it respawned. Okay, that's fine. Let's do over mastery then. Over channel. And nuke this down with dots. Drop a little slugs. Yep, the gamblers are rough. Gamblers are really rough. Much easier if you have a healer, as with basically everything in the game. Healer's a bit of a cheat code. Yeah, it would be cool, wouldn't it, Gary? A lot of dungeon crawlers have had like nodes in them before. It's not really anything new or groundbreaking or anything like that. So I wouldn't be shocked if they decide to do something like that. Yeah, healer's so broken. Healer's so busted, man. I wonder if this... we've got this kind of locked down. It might be safe to just use lay on hands for efficiency now. Come on. I don't want to be entombed in ice. Hey Libra, how's it going? But I don't want to be entombed in ice. Gosh, you on Rick. certainly a lot stronger than we were when we came in here. What are you up to today, Lobra? That means our boy should be next. Awesome, man. Sounds like you're having a blast. Yeah. Yeah, we made the gem event. Definitely people played it. Yeah, everyone gets 2,000 gems. UK gems, yeah. You are a shaman. A shaman. That is definitely a little tougher. But we are stronger than we were before. Better than we were before. Hello, Chili. Redot. Reslug. I won't make it look easy. Imagine dying to this guy. Couldn't be me. Imagine this guy dropping a sword. Couldn't be me. Oh, we got 45. No, wait. Of course we got 45. That was ages ago. It's 46 we're trying to get to. 46 harnessing of spirit, isn't it? Probably stay down here until 46. And then we'll try our luck on Freety Lord. Nah, we'll go and get the stupid drop from Kedge Keep. The golden hair. Ugh. Gross. Kedge Keep is a real treat. If you ever hated an underwater zone in an MMO or something, Kedge Keep is the origin. It was the progenitor of underwater zones. Absolutely disgusting. They should be ashamed of themselves. Kedge Keep, then a Fruity Lord, and then we will do like YAEL or something. Or try. How efficient is Superior? 185. 185, 600. This is like a bit less for about 150% more, but it's over time and it slows us, snares us. Oh, we need to rebuff really soon. Finish this cycle through and then we'll rebuff. We have the spawn nicely broken. Don't want to mess that up. Yeah, Superior Healing seems like a big upgrade to Greater Healing, efficiency-wise. I don't think we do the Arch Magus. He's got too many hit points and mess up the cycle. Hey, Breadstick! Welcome back. Oh, I did not mean to cast that. Whoops. 20% odium, probably not worth. Here, evasion not as good anymore. What stats should I look for in Abyss 4? Evasion is still very, very good. It's just that when you get frozen in Abyss 4, your evasion doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter how high your evasion is, you will get hit. For all of the places that are external to Abyss 4 but are unlocked in Abyss 4, like Alabaster Cave, you're gonna want evasion. And for a lot of Abyss 4, you're also gonna want evasion. So I wouldn't say it's useless, it's just a little bit devalued from being like 100% always the god stat. The other thing is you'll have to stack it to higher levels than you did before. But you should be able to do that as you get better gear. Kill this and rebuff. Then we'll get up and eat ourselves until Ghoul Lord respawns. Nom 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 nom. Slugs. Recovery. Ah, haste is gone. Overmastery, redot. Don't have enough mana to reslug. You always say that healer is so OP and that everyone needs a healer, so do I put stat points on Camille? You put them in speed. As Gary says. There's our +8 helm. Ah, shit. They had both respawned. We have to feign? I think? No, we have lay on hands. We're okay. They don't seem to be nasty classes either. Yeah, 8-point speed IV's fantastic. Congrats. Capri, sir. Yeah. Agreed. Agreed, mate. I was just trying to make him feel better, okay? Yeah, new player, mate. Might as well just delete anything that's not 10-point speed, IV. It's so stupid. God, we're so much stronger than we were before. We did have to lay on hands there, but even still. Oh, that died so fast. I was... Fuck. It was kind of slugs. And it was dead. Hey, Boone! How's it going? These are 14 crafting and your inventory's correct. Oh, mate, I did all of the up until Dawn Trail. Obviously, I did all of the crafting professions in Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, it's pain. It's just pure pain. I hope you're having fun though, dude. Yeah, man, we're getting there. We've got to do raids in a bit. I can't get to level cap before the raids. That darn day. Thanks, Dreecom. Threw off all of my planning. But we will still try our best to do some of the raids. It's because you're not playing any gachas, dude. Like, that's where all the fun is. Not playing gacha games is where it's at. I guess let's kill the fucking Archmagus. It's a bit weird because it's like there's no loot here for us, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass, but fuck it, I guess. Fishing's fun. Yeah, fishing's kind of fun. I wouldn't want to do it for a long period of time, but... Darn mages, man. It does more damage than the Ghoul Lord does. You still play Wizardry? Yeah, I sure do, Bavanch. How about you? Sure dizzle. Nah, I'm not sure, Bean. I'm not sure, mate. Aratel's got himself a new fancy hotel. Aratel's a multi-diamond hotel jet setter. Just returned to it and it's confusing as hell what to do. I got Prish to replace your D0 Abenius. Oh, sure. I think Prish is really fun. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly the same. I don't know when you stop playing Bavanch, but not a whole lot has changed, really, in the last, like, 6 months. And the stays at hotels where it doesn't matter most of the time. Yeah. That's neither here nor there. This is this and that is that. Alright, so. Oh, fuck me. Let's just lay on hands, shall we? Where did that damage come from? Yeah, let's just lay on hands. I don't want to fuck with that. I don't want to play that game. guy just scoops out a huge knife nub of butter and spread it all over my biscuit. Ah, we got one. Little short swordy of Yakishia. Pre-investment. Oh my god, like, Reddit is a fucking cesspool. It really is, like, I don't know what the hell, man. Like, why would Moment of Finality be good on her? It doesn't make any sense. It's everywhere. Like, it's absolutely everywhere. You couldn't get a firm grip on me anywhere. You wouldn't know whether it was in or out, Boone. Rather than me being like, is it in there? You'd be like, is it in yet? I can't tell. It's just slipping and sliding all over the place. Yeah, because this is so abnormal for me to say things like that. I knew I would never normally say something like that, would I? Yeah, really, really out of character. Okay, so the short sword. I guess we put this on us. Makes the most sense, right? Ah, yeah. We can't put that onto there, can we? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So we put this proc onto our pet, I guess. I didn't think about that. You put the stiletto back inside the stiletto. Ah, we need to take it back out first. Okay. Okay. As for the weapon, I don't think we want it. Maybe we keep it, actually. Just in case we get another one. I had to go to your home world to see a letter I received. What? No way. Why can you not view? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not getting into it. Start on a Square Enix rant. That'll be that. Damn Moogles. Jesus, Lubra. Someone time this man out. What the hell? I didn't know Lubra was such a racist. Jesus. Go to the corner and think about what you've done, Libra. Jesus Christ, my man. Moogles are fucking annoying, though. I don't remember that, Senna, but that does sound funny. I wish I did remember that. Yeah, unfortunately, Light has become the golden child of EU. Awkwardly. Wow, Boone. Oh, I think he's too rich for you, Senna. I think that's the problem. Yeah, that's fucking disgusting, Boone. Damn, that's fucking yeah. I don't know what else to say. It's blown away. How do you sleep at night, mate? Senna. How can you do that to Senna? Not being mean and everything. Well, it sounds like you singled Senna out. Like, do you feel victimized, Senna? You seem like you might feel victimized. Portugal with good AC. I hope so. I imagine Boone's got to have some good AC. Come on. Senna feels victimized. Wow. You made a young lady feel victimized, Boone. That's rough. You're young compared to me, Senna. That makes you young. You whippersnapper. Probably Boone. I don't know. Probably got it for some kind of like festival sort of something event. I don't know. Get a lot of random shit in Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, veterans rewards, of course. There's loads of tiers of them. Yeah. Or like, I don't know, just something you've done in the game. There's all sorts of random outfits and stuff. So wait, sorry, just going back to this a second. Am I to believe that Boone has still not allowed Senna to be his friend? Sorry, just to be very clear. just making sure. I like to have I like to have a good scope on these things. Wow. That's fucking cold, Bean. I didn't know you were such a cold-hearted killer, mate. Are we laying on hands here? I think we might be. I think we are, yeah. Oh no, we're not. We're not. We're not. We're stunned. We're stunned. Okay, there we go. There we go. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Wasn't concerned. Never didn't have it. Why am I killing the fucking Archmagus? What a waste of time. Guy's the HP of like 4 mobs. Doesn't drop anything useful. Has infinite nukes. Stop interrupting my slugs, please. Heavens above. You did the thing. Alright, I'm glad it only took some gentle coaxing. Yeah, I'm glad it just took a little bit of gentle coaxing for you to reach out a hand to a young woman in need. That's it's good to know. Like, I'm very proud of you. Poor Boo, I'm sorry, mate. I hope you didn't actually feel pressured. It's just fucking around. Oh shit, we're in inversion. Been sitting under my amazing air conditioning. Since that week we've had not like our weather here has been absolutely fine. Either that or I adapted to a jungle climate and I no longer feel the heat. And in about 2 months' time, I'll be freezing my fucking cock off. Be rocking a little 2-inch coxicle. Thanks everyone, I'm here all week. Done with this yet? No. We're almost done with this mastery trial on GBF. We've almost got all the books for the mastery. For the for Fighter Origin. But like we can't actually do Fighter Origin because we don't have any Earth Yggdrasil bullshit. Oh, I'm so surprised that we got away with that. Like, that whole room is respawned because Archmagus took so long. I guess the aggro range is down because we're higher level than we were before. I'm slowly working my way through all of the erroneous junk that we had to collect on Granblue Fantasy. I did Beelzebub and Belial earlier to get all the bits off of that. Finished boxing. Finishing the mastery trials. Still haven't done silver relic shards. Next up is world card as well. Need a bunch of world anima. I'm pretty sure I need like 700 malice fragments as well for something. I don't know. Just don't have any. Probably need at least like 100 or 200 or something. What do I farm for malice fragments? Raiding. Look, I'm not high enough level. I'm trying to get to 46, mate. I'm getting there. Bear with me. I'm trying. I'm trying. What do you think I'm doing here, Bean? Heavens above. Now I feel victimized. God damn it, Bean. We should probably like rehaste. We'll do it in a minute. Dots. Dots, 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 dots. I actually quite enjoy raising my tone. It's very therapeutic when I don't actually mean it. It's good to let loose a bit sometimes, isn't it? Yeah, cathartic indeed. We put... Yeah, we're good, we're good. Haste. Yeah, haste. We had to juggle so many things. I've just pacified myself. Whoops. Re-slugs. Kill the guy. Oh, hello there. Well now. I think we want to take this off. Oh, sugar. Brain, come on. We can do it. We need to take... Wait, we've got so many windows open. Let me start over here. That one's empty. Wait, that one's empty too. Oh, because I already took the exaltation out. That's right. Get that out of there. Put this into here. And then our pet can proc that. Then we take this. Place this in here. Merge this. This becomes a 1324. I think that's better than Baron's Blade, right? I guess Baron's Blade still has stats on. That is a slightly better ratio than Baron's Blade, but Baron's Blade does have dex on it, which is actually kind of important. I guess for now, we just keep that in our inventory, just on the off chance we get 1 million of those drop, which seems unlikely. It's not currently in your inventory. That is correct. It's not currently in my inventory. It turns out Eternals weren't the problem. I'm just UI challenged. Yes, because this UI is very easy to navigate for someone who is not used to doing it. I'm sure you would easily do it very, very quickly, mate. You would have no problem at all, mate. These features were never part of EverQuest. These are like entirely new to this, so all of those things are a little bit fiddly for me. But we'll get used to it. Like, the UI that they've made for that stuff is actually really impressive. Like, it works really, really well. I'm just new to it. And when you take the exaltation out of the item, like, it makes a copy that looks like the item. So then it all gets a little bit confusing. I'm challenged in plenty of ways, though. So UI challenge may be one of them. Who knows? In the middle of all those bars under your HP, what's the XP one? The gold, the orangey gold here. That's the XP. The green bar underneath it is my AA XP, my alternate advancement XP. We're trying to get 9 alternate advancement points so I can get ambidexterity, which lets me dual wield consistently. I was down here trying to get 3 short swords of the Yakesha. I kind of gave up on it because they didn't drop for so long. We did like 11 kills without getting one. But we just had 2 in a row. So I might stay down here until we get a 3rd. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely never know with Fox, like, whether he has been up or whether he's just got up or not. And he sneaks it as well. He doesn't tell anyone. Hello, Chili. Yesterday, I was trying to talk to Fox, but I think he had the stream muted for the entire day. Because he didn't want to hear the froglocks croaking. Can't blame him. Yeah, you never know whether he slept or not. I see him occasionally that way as well. And it's just like, I have no idea whether you've slept. You might have been up for 3 days, or you might have just woken up. We really just don't know. He's a loose cannon. Chili, what are you doing? Yeah, the man, I don't know, like, he really lives on Twitch. I love Fox, don't get me wrong. Yeah, he really lives on Twitch. He's constantly out and about, you know. Ariel tells Fox's minder. But bless him. I love him. He's a good dude. We do. We do indeed. Ah, we've got an ad on us. That's what's happening here. I see. Mountain Dan da 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 time. Okay, there. Everything gets so complicated the second we get an ad of an annoying class. Right, I'm not doing the Archmagus this time. I'll do this guy. Fuck the Archmagus. It takes too long. That's just a bundle of HP. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I've had enough. Is this kosher? Is this a kosher pool? Yeah, this is fine now. Now that we're higher level. Come here, Hoptor. Oh god, he's a mage. Oh god, no. Oh no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my god. Oh my dear god. Please. Please, sir. Please be gentle. Oh my dear fucking Christ. Oh my lord. Let's go slugs ourselves. Reply dots. That's right, you cast your Shadow Knight spells. That's perfect. More of your Shadow Knight spells, less of your mage spells, please. We'll just get Mage Hunter. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. What an absolute monster. Mages are stupid. Fuck mages. Fuck. I'm not comfortable trying to take both. We used our lay on hands. The other one respawned as I was pulling it. I'm dead. I'm dead. Bot Ghoul Knight. There's nothing to see here, mate. I'm a corpse. Daylight saving time is fucking stupid. If your country or region uses daylight savings time, they are morons. I don't know what else to say. Fuck them. Mine does, by the way. It's one of those things that's just like completely outdated. People work all hours of the day anyway. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's just confusing. It just fucks people up. Stupid. It's outdated. It's antiquated. It's not relevant to modern day. There are very few individuals who are out there working in the fields who need that extra hour of sunlight. And generally the people who do, they don't care. It doesn't make any difference to them. Well, sure, Ariatel. I think most people would, but like I don't think most people want to have their hours shifted every, like, twice a year. It causes complete confusion, like, internally within the nation as well, like, nationally. Like, without even considering international. It's so confusing internationally. I have seen multiple times personally daylight saving time having like critical corporate implications because mistakes have been made. It's stupid. It makes no sense. It made sense like 300 years ago. Chaos of public transport, yep. Arizona not doing it causes more problems. That's probably true because like if places around it are shifting, then it kind of it's just terrible. The whole concept of daylight savings time is awful for like even for people who don't have daylight savings time, probably in America at least, since each state has its own like even region. I think like some parts of some states do it and some don't, right? In some places, it's just so confusing. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, so in your case, it kind of makes it's kind of bad not having it because the rest of the country has. It's just so confusing. Yeah, but which 2 a.m. though? I've seen bus drivers get it completely wrong and turn up an hour early or an hour late as well. Like that is a very common thing here. Oh, we get triple attack this level. Whoa. Whoa. I guess let's keep the cycle going just in case we want to stay here for the extra sword. We did it, we did it. We've got some spells to do. We get Harnessing of Spirit this level, which is really awesome. It saves us a lot of buffs. Harnessing of Spirit, symbol of Pinzam and strength. Strength! I really love the Red Mage class. I think it's super fun. Yeah. I think I might be weird. Oh, hold on, let's do this. It's all buffs, right? So I think Harnessing of Spirit overwrites Strength, Dex, and the HP buff. I think. Have a look. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's why. Wow, so much strength as well. Yep. Yeah, so it overwrites the health buff, the strength buff, and the dex buff. Which means that we don't need... we don't need this. Oh, shit, are we dying? This guy's fucking us up. We don't need this. We don't need this. I do have lay on hands if we're desperate. Good night, Cyril. Take care of yourself. Redo your hot bars. Ugh. I dread that. So we can put alacrity in here now. We don't need strength, right? I don't think this does anything. Yeah. Block because of harnessing a spirit. I don't know if there's any other buffs that are worth adding. I guess regeneration might as well. It gets taken off by like the first dot that gets applied, but we might as well. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. I didn't put the new symbol on. $47 I think is pretty underwhelming. Shock of Venom is it's just an upgrade to the nuke. We don't really use our nukes very much. We get Valor, which is cool. This is like kind of useful. Yeah, probably not so much anymore, to be honest. This is mana drain. Has quite a long cooldown as well. Could have done with that like 30 levels ago. Every time I see the thumbnail of the stream, it's always a bunch of numbers, misses, and lights. Correct. How you doing, Nick? I think we can pull this. We mend ourselves. Thankfully, this is not a mage. This is just a warrior Shadow Knight. There's only one level higher than us now. Really not all that scary. A triple attack will probably go up really slowly, won't it? Oh no, it's already maxed. It's just very, very low cap. Ooh, we've got 2 knights on us. Okay. We're going to have to lay on hands. I need to slug. Ooh, that's not great. Is this a mage? Is this other one a mage? By any chance? Feels like we might be getting maged here. Luckily it's a second class if it is. Yeah, of course it is. Its damage output was unreasonable. What other class would it be? Yeah, luckily it's a second class though, so it doesn't have a big mana pool, so it didn't just nuke us to death. Ran out of mana. Where is Nick? Nick was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 messages up from you. Okay, we made it. That is an ad. That is a Shadow Knight. Ah, it spawned right there. Okay. Still seems like pretty good experience here. Definitely not in a rush to move on. One just spawned up there on our left. Oh, it rooted me. That's not great. Can we kill this really quickly? Darn ghouls. Beautiful. This is too... Go get the one next to Archmagus. I will come back after 1 hour and 48 minutes. Okay. Okay, Redstick. Thank you for being so specific. I will mark it in my calendar. Enjoy whatever you're up to. It is extremely specific, isn't it? Sword and staff after. Cool. Here he is. He's a necromancer this time. Oh, he's going to strip my frenzy with Ass's Stole. Let's get it over channel. Slow didn't even stick. Slugs. had so many helms. I don't think we're getting to 9 though. That seems ridiculous. Yeah, 3-4 miss is incredible. I talked a lot about this when Rene came out. Like, 3-4 miss is an insane inherit. It's a really, really nuts inherit. You don't even need to level it up, really. Like, I did level it up on Lana, and it's pretty good. But, like, you can leave it at 1, and it's perfectly fine. It's just a really, really powerful inherit. Yeah, that makes sense, Arito. I think that's a really good choice. Water bonus drop. I need to do that. Yeah, of course it will be because of Dread Barrage, right? Yeah, I need to do that for katanas. Because I think I deconstructed all of my katanas a while ago. I need 4 katanas. That'll be next on the grind. How the raids? We haven't actually done any raids yet. We're just still leveling up. We're getting there. Done 6 levels today, which is quite a lot. Exactly, Breadstick. It's like people were comparing it to continuous death. They were saying like, "Oh, I don't need this." Like continuous death does the same thing. I saw that on Reddit. I saw that on Discord. I was just like, "What the hell? What are you talking about? You have to kill with it. It's ninja specific, and it still only hits twice. Like instead, you could hit 3 times." Consistently on the targets that you want to hit, like focus targets, for I think less SP or the same SP with no conditional. Doesn't make any sense. Like why would I think people were like hard coping? They were hard coping with continuous miss because they didn't want to pull Rene. That's what it seemed like. 3-4 miss is 10. Okay. I think people didn't want to pull Rene because they knew there was a Final Fantasy collab coming. If I remember correctly. Yeah, Annie's coming as well. That's okay, Akiben. It's not the end of the world, mate. Wow. Congrats, Akiben. Hi. Hello, Ziddles. Anyone know of an alternate way to farm event in Wizardry? I don't think there really is one. You just farm the big demon packs, right? I don't think there is anything other than that, unfortunately. Oh yeah, you got 500 crystals as a daily festival bonus. Received a special bingo card in celebration of a festival. A bingo ball will appear the more crystals each Skyfarer collects. Okay. What is this? Summer. Oh my god. Summer. Ah, so it's like a global event. I see. Cool. Sorry, just taking a look through this slot of flashing lights. Mastery heights no longer lead distinctions. Oh, cool. You get special loot from solo and backup. Five bingo balls will appear at once when the remaining crystals below reach 0. Holy moly. Holy moly. Is water, so is water raid up now? Is that where we're at? Okay, let's finish this first. I need 6 more books for Virtuosic Mastery. Yeah, it's going to be for Dread Mirage. Getting a VIP badge. Ah. Okay. No idea. Congratulations. Enjoy your VIP badge, sir. Got my ass off for water MP. Nah, VP running and there's bonus just for water. Yeah, I would never do anything. I'd never do the M3s when they're not when they're not bonus chested. Still waiting on Earth. Pro skip Halo is infinite. During events, sometimes it goes to 2 or 3. Yeah, so it was the same with Anniversary. Come on, Hop Talk. Come pay me a visit. Oh, the other one spawned right as I brawled. That's criminal. Let's kill that one first then. We need to... Shit. To debuff him first. Then inversion, slugs. Probably need to slugs pet as well, because it's taking a beating. Over channel, redo our dots. Reslug. Ah, nice. So pet. Oh, we need to take the sword out, don't we? Get that. That in there. Oh god. Hello? Where'd you chaps come from? Where'd you happy chappies come from? Yeah, you could. That's okay. I guess we could leave now. I guess we're kind of done here. There's not really much other point in being here. We got our 3. We can't put one in here. I don't know what we can put in there. I don't think that isn't beast usable, is it? No. We'll find something eventually. Or we'll get a different weapon. Right, let's go to... this is a fun one. And when I say fun, I mean not at all. Ring a butcher block. Let's do it. We're going into Dagnor's Cauldron, where we are going to enter a wonderful raid dungeon called Kedgekeep. And Kedgekeep is a very special place because it is underwater. I'm not actually doing the raid in that raid dungeon. I will eventually, but not right now. I need to go in there to get some mermaid hair. I don't remember exactly whereabouts in there the mermaids spawn, so it's gonna be a real, real doozy. It's gonna be an experience. Thanks for helping out, Mr. YK. It's really nice of you. It is indeed, Sage. I was just talking about it. What am I meant to do to get the bonus chests? Like, there's like a solo and a backup. Like, do I have to do something specific? Care about crystals? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess. Just kill him, Mr. YK. Just that simple. Some quests and raids. Ah, I see. Is there somewhere I can see where those quests are eligible? $300 berries. What the hell? Hosting S raiding, hosting A raiding, hosting. I thought they were sleepable, Mr. YK. Are they not? Hosting and joining a raid. Like any raid. Any raid, Acumen. Right, we've got our enduring breath clicky. I see. The announcement listed. Where is the announcement? Thank you, Ben. I mean, I haven't really looked properly, but is it on the bonus window? Oh, here, announcement. That's it. Top Quest Showdown. Primarch Charles Pro. Eternals Unlock Treasure Pro. Oh, excluding those listed below. Wait, so it's everything. Is that right? I'm a little confused. Go to the homepage and scroll to the bottom. On which page? There's a bingo card. Yep, I'm on that page. I'm on that page. There is a today's special loot and obtained today. There's an announcement there. Yeah, I don't exactly understand because I've backed up a raid and I haven't got the thing. I'm a little confused. Right, we're looking for mermaids in here. This is gonna be a real experience. We are very much underwater. We're about as underwater as it gets. I'm on a boat, motherfucker. Oh, okay, so it's a random chance when you back up or host. I got you. Doesn't drop every time. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, rain sorries. This is the marvelous catch keep. What's going on here? Steam water harpoon. These are the days. A simpler time. Lancer swordfish fin. Do I need that for anything? Lancer swordfish fin. It's from 1999, Rain Sorrows. Totemic breastplate. Shaman breastplate. We're not going to need that either. Okay. Right, we're looking for mermaids. I don't recall exactly where they are. And there's so many mobs in here. We're just going to have to take this really slowly. Swordfish bill. Swordfish bill. Don't think we need that. Okay. God, there's so many fish. Where are you? Where are you hitting me from? Where are you, fishy? Fishy, please. Okay. I think we have to head down from here, I believe. Some fine piranhas down here. Cauldron hammerhead. Okay, what do we have on us? What are we getting hit by? It's not that impaler swordfish. Ah. Good old underwater combat. If only I could remember where the mermaids are. Don't think it's on this section. I feel like it's at the bottom. I think it might be at the bottom. Oh, it's not at the bottom of here. That's for sure. Are we winning? I'm in an underwater zone. I'm clearly not winning. At least the mobs here are very easy. So far. Okay, so not down that. Shark skin. Shark skin. I don't think we need shark skin. I got a Credo Omega Anima. Powerful stuff. Which one is that again? Which one's Credo? Maybe that's useful. I don't know. Is that Luminera? There might be a Luminera anima. Luminera Credo? Yeah, it's Luminera, isn't it? It's not. I've already done all my Luminera shit. Hello, dear fish. Fish of the seas. Where are your mermaid brethren? Am I getting eaten? I'm getting hit by something. Get out of here, piranha. I do not remember this place at all. Aha! Aha! We found mermaids. Hello. Hello, girls. I need your hair. Afraid not. Afraid not, Libra. Give me your lovely locks, ladies. It's the worst day of my life. Oh god. Which should we even come in from? I don't know, but there's more mermaids here. That's all that matters. It's a fire emerald. That's not a lock of mermaid hair. Ah, it is from a mob called a golden-haired mermaid. Fuck. That's the worst of times. Oh shit, Estrella of Gloomwater. I don't want anything to do with you, Estrella of Gloomwater. I'm just chilling here. Oh, I've been blinded. It's a good thing we're in here on D0. Jesus Christ. Yep. We have so much healing. There's like a zillion fucking mermaids here. Punch him. Oh god. I'm blind once more. We lay on hands, it's fine. Estrella has burnt herself out of mana. Healing the random mermaid. Shalara Ebb Hunter is here. Having a blast as well. Please, girls. Please. Let me be. This is actually like a raid boss, Estrella of Gloomwater. She's summoning me as well. Like, this is a mechanic in the game where if you try to run away from big raid bosses, they fuck you up. Ah, Lamentation Blade. That comes from here? I never would have known. Right, Shalara Ebb Hunter. You're next. I don't think we have any use for this. Mermaid Scale. Mermaid Scale. This is for Stein of Elisa. A mage stuff. I don't need that. It's arrows. Gloomwater arrows. Well, that was fun. Just wiped out a species looking for some gold hair. Seems like a reasonable thing to do. Didn't get the gold hair, by the way. So she has a spawn point somewhere. And I need to figure out where that is. Yeah, they'll probably be fine. They told us can be a mermaid or a stiletto tooth piranha. I don't think it's down here, is it? Maybe. I don't know. We're going to have a look around. We're getting XP here, so it's not really like that big of a deal. It's just a horrible zone. Deep water ink. It's not needed. This is a route upward. Such a maze. Up here. Another route upwards. Sting tooth piranha? A stiletto piranha, that's... Is it stiletto piranha? A stiletto tooth piranha. We're looking for a mermaid, a stiletto tooth piranha, or a golden haired mermaid. These are seahorses. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Oh, hey, Coraline Kelp Maiden. Lovely to see you. You are heavily healing this stingtooth piranha, and I don't care for that. I really don't like that. It's also inside my model so much I can't hit it. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Now we're popping off. Oh no. Seahorse has aggroed us. Oh no. Alright, Coraline. Had enough of you. Seahorse scales. Oh, they're used for Coldane Ring quests, apparently. I guess we'll take them. I don't know if that's an expansion that'll ever be in this game. But if it is, I don't want to come back here. Sharkbone Warhammer. Remember this beast? That's a piece of shit. See this guy just driving me by, this sea brine seahorse. Just flew in from above. He's a cleric. These seem to all be seahorses around here. My word. Undertow. I guess we can go kill Undertow. Caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. Every step that I take is another mistake. You. Alright, Undertow. Come here, brother. You're a wizard. You're a wizard, Undertow. So help me God, you've got to come down here, Undertow. You've rooted me, mate. What the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, okay. Hey, Undertow. Hey. Hey, brother. Blazing Wand. That is not super useful for us. I think that's for the Magician Epic. Right. I guess we can go down this way. I'm pretty sure there's just horsies down here, though. I think we already passed through the mermaid section. Seahorse Matriarch is down there. Guess we can go pay her a visit. This is definitely not the right section. But, you know, when in Kedge Keep. That just knocked me back and then rooted me. Absolute scum. At least we can eliminate this section. Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot I'd have to do Leviathan with my Earth. Oops. Rod of Health. Rod of Health. Yeah, we won't be needing that. I'm sure the team is doing great. Right, so it's not in this section. Can't go up any further than this, right? No. Okay, cool. Back down. It's not in that section, and it's not in the section below. There are routes out in here. Pearl necklace. Oh, baby. Anyone order a pearl necklace? Beanie Charmer. Okay, I can't do all of you. Jesus Christ. I'm a man, not a machine, okay? Don't have pearl necklaces for everyone. Just the one. Gonna have to work it out between you, okay? Where the fuck does this go? God, where are we going? Oh no. Oh no. Cauldron Shark. Where the shit are we? Cauldron Hammerhead. Oh god, okay. Goblin prisoner. Are the fish keeping prisoners in here? This is fucked up. I wonder how many years it's been since I've been in Kedge Keep. Probably like 25 years. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so this is just a bunch of jail cells. Poor fishy. The fishies are keeping people prisoner. The fishies are evil. So the fish are controlled by this guy called Finnegal or Tropos, who's like this weird tentacle thing. You like this area? The hell is wrong with you, Bean? Why'd you have to be like that? Why'd you hate me, Bean? Like this area? Get a real. This damn shark. Get to work, yeah, so okay, sir. Yes, sir. Got some shark bonos. Shark bones. So many random quests in this game that I've never done. The North. What? That's Smite. That's the Smite quest. What? That's ridiculous. It's a level. It's so random, man. Level 14 cleric spell. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything in here. Unless I am El Stupido. It's possible. El Stupido. Oh, there's another. Okay, up. Back down there. Okay, so let's try the other way down here. We need to rebuff. Might not be easy with all these little fish floating around. Get some sweet crotch shots on our character though. We need one more AA for ambidexterity. Okay. Yeah, that looks like a whole load of nothing. That's down that way. That goes back round. Okay. Is there anything that I've missed down here? What's going on here? Frenzy Cauldron Shark. I feel like we're moving away from where this thing probably is, because like it's probably down with a mermaid somewhere, right? But we will kind of need to do this anyway. Shark tooth. That is a terrible weapon. Are we back where we were before? I don't really know. Maybe. I don't think there's anything in here. Oh yeah, we're back where we were. Okay. Shirks. Two players get 1 million yen per day. What? 1 million yen? Really? Crazy, man. Guess we could go out this way. No. This doesn't go anywhere, right? Okay. I don't think there's anything up there. But I could be mistaken. I think we go back this way. This is where the mermaids are. Question is where the golden mermaid is. Okay. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to find this online. So I found an old EQ Atlas map 25 years ago, and it's marked. Apparently, it's marked on a 4. The only number I can't see on the map is 4. Ah, okay. Right. Okay, I think I know where it is. So this goes back into here. Back into here, and then this goes into here. And if we go through here, then we're in a room with nowhere to go. There's a hole in the ceiling. There's a hole in the ceiling. A stiletto tooth piranha. That's our boy. That's the placeholder. Able to do M3 raids. I'm just getting like loads of crystals and shit from doing raids. Is that normal? Like, is that infinite? You can get up to 1k a day, that makes sense. So it should be this room. The Letto Fang Piranha. Golden haired mermaid. Got a bow and a staff from. You got it all. You got it all, Lou, bro. Must be nice, mate. Be nice. Congratulations. Is it? Just trying to figure out if I'm actually in the right place or not. I don't think that's right. Golden Head Mermaid. Ah, over there. Over there. Right. How do we get to there? God help me. I hope you're all enjoying Catch Keep. This is a masterclass in zone design. Um. That's it. Oh, this is close. We're real close. We're real close. We're so close. Preview of Abyss 5 second half. God help us. God help us all. Dear sweet Jesus, Catch Keep. Catch Keep. It's so close to here somewhere. Maybe it isn't here. It's like really close to here. It's like above it or below it or something. Where did I see it before? God damn it. It's gotta be somewhere here. I saw it on the map. Hello, Amnato. Is there anything I should know before I start to upgrade the weapons? I haven't done it yet. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't think so, though. Um... Yeah, sounds like a good idea, Amnato. Good luck. Try this way. Nah, it can't be right. I saw it on the map. I think I need to start my own personal instance. There are actually quite a few people in here. I'm not doing it on anything other than normal. I have a vague idea where it is, but I'm not 100% sure how to get there. The place is so unbelievably complicated. Okay, so we're back at the entrance. Fucking fish everywhere. The like remake option that they have is weird. It interacts weirdly. It doesn't re-roll alters or something apparently, but I don't have any kind of confirmation on that. I just have hearsay. Okay, so I think we have to go down. Oraline is down here. Okay. We got a katana. We're already in it to win it. Our Earth is cleaning up here. She did not drop anything. She didn't even do anything for us. God damn it, Oraline. Okay, so I believe the east here is the right way. Hi, Cauldron Bubble. Fuck, it wasn't. That was not correct. I've made a huge mistake. I'm sorry, Cauldron Bubble. I didn't mean to disturb your rest down here. That is not intentional. No, that is an engine limitation. No, that is absolutely not intentional, Mr. YK. Cauldron Bubble has offered us nothing. Gave us a sharp bone wallhammer, which is not it. So we need to go back up. And I think it's the south side, I believe. Should have 2 holes in it. Think. No. Yeah, it has 2. Okay. I think up. I don't know. I don't know which is which. Yes! Yes! Victory! Give me your hair! I'm here for your hair! Give me your hair! I know, her hair isn't even gold. That's how she keeps it hidden. It's died. But it's gold, really. And we're going to prove it by killing her and taking it. Because that's what we do. Lock of hair. Thank you. Hey, get me the hell out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. I'm done. I'll be happy to not see this place again for 25 years. Like, this is this has been my visit to Kedge Keep. And this is gonna easily last me until EverQuest 3. We need right, we need this. The underwater zone. Oh, ugh, ugh. Dude, our Earth team is dominating. I just wanna say that. Our team's dominating. Right, we have to go and find a gnome. Ping Fossil Cutter. I think he's on this side. I think it's East Freeport, right? I think so. Maybe it's west. No, wait, that can't be right. Oh, it is west. Shit. Have a little switch so we don't get killed by the guards. Where is this fucker? He's at the front, right? I think. Pink fossil cutter? Pretty sure. Is that me? No. No, they were killing. I was scared. I thought we had guards coming for us. Like, ping. Got some hair for you, mate. Got a toupee. Some golden hair. And some gorilla hair. Here you are, sir. The reason why we've done this is because this gives us a mana pres 2 item. Which we can... Oh, we'll have to level it up, won't we? Forgot about that. We need to take this to 2... so they need to get back. What's it all? And then we need less. Ah, shit. We only have one. I've got to go back to the trader. Mana preservation basically is mana reduction on all cast. It's pretty good. Loadouts. Hey. Got your shield and your bow. Congrats, Narcos. Ah, shit. Okay, so we're heading back to New Cabalus so I can trade in my moats. Level this up. Oh, we get it on focus on one. Never mind. Don't need to. Don't need to. So we are putting this in here. Look at this. It's an unusable item. Oh. Wait, what? Exaltation. Why would that produce an unusable item? How strange. Why would that produce an unusable item? That doesn't make any sense. This goes back in here. Why? This is all. How very weird. Why would that not fit? Why would that not go in there? I genuinely do not understand. Huh? Augmentation fits in focus exaltation. That doesn't make any sense at all. No, we've got the exaltation out. It just won't go into this item. The result of this command will produce an unusable item. But I don't know why. I don't understand why. Like this is all. It doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely zero sense. I don't get it. I really don't understand. It must be bugged or something. Like why would that do that? I don't understand. Oh, I'm so stupid. This is a helm. I'm a fucking moron. There we go. It's because it's a fucking face slot, not a helm slot. Oh boy. I mean, that does explain it. Right. We are off to Lava Storm. Lava Storm. God, it's so nice to not get to not have to look at Kedge Keep again. Kedge Keep is disgusting. We are going to Soul B. Soul B. Difficulty, I guess we'll do. I guess we'll do difficulty 4. I don't know. I don't know though. That might be a little bit sketchy. Yeah, I guess so. We'll treat ourselves. Man, it's actually going to be so rough. Yep, okay, we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. Probably want to just invis through a lot of this. We seem to have no zone map here. That's a little concerning. I remember this zone reasonably well. We might not need it. Don't we have to swim through the lava here? How much does the lava hurt me? It's not bad. I think we have to go through the lava. I don't know if it's all the way through there. It's into the bats. Don't be like that, bats. The bats are gross. I didn't want anything to do with the bats. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb your peace, bats. Thought we could be friends. I don't want to be stunned for 1,000,000 years. Oh, please don't kill my pet. Don't be like that, guys. Come on. Oh my god. No. God damn it, bats. I hate these things so much. Truly grim. No! No! I've been stunned enough. Let me go. Let me be free. Batman's a shit superhero. Fuck these bats. Ah! Why are you like this? I want to go back to catch keep. Bears? What's wrong with bears? Well, that was very awkward. I think we need to all redo our bars. We're like a little bit bugged, I think. We're not using our abilities. We can't seem to use our abilities. I'm not sure what's causing that. Right, loading. Why are we not? Why can we not flying kick or anything? What's going on? What's going on? Oh god, what now? Where's this other bat come from? Oh, there we go. We're doing our things again. We're doing our things again. I don't know what was stopping us. Weird. Oh my god, fuck these bats. Please. Have mercy on me. Ah, okay. Get rid of this. For sure, invisibility. This is the elementals, right? I think. Oh my dear God, no. Nope. How have we aggroed me? Why? How and why have we aggroed me? Must have aggroed through the wall or something. We are quite fucked. Won't worry about the fact that we're lying in lava. That's gonna be fine. Sucks. Sucks to suck. We had to stand up because if we didn't, we were dead. Right. So the aggro range on that is ridiculous. Because it's D4. I don't really recall how to get down there. Really awkward without a map, man. That is where we needed to go to. But what's my game plan here? I set it down lower? I don't know. Probably. Yeah, we had a pretty bad time in the lava, or a pretty good time, maybe you could say. Not sure. I think this is suicide trying to do this on this, isn't it? I'm being realistic. I don't think we can do this on D4. I think it's too hard. The mobs in here are just too rough. I think we need to go out. I guess we do it on like D1? D2? D2 maybe? We only need the worn thing from the Afriti boots. We can get a D1 even. I think we do D1. I have just done the wrong difficulty, haven't I? Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. I have, as they say, fucked it. Okay, well, that is less than ideal. That was our remaining charge, unfortunately. Do it on public pick. Hope it isn't being capped. No. This should be considerably easier. Hello, Bat. Can at least let me on the platform, mate. Come on. Come on, son. Oh god. I can't melee them. The lava. There we go. It's to sit in the lava. It's fine. Don't do that. Well, we can get ambidexterity. A small consolation. Crikey. Oh boy, they still have a very large aggro range, but these should be a lot easier. These are rogues, so I really don't want to let them behind me. See you later, Boone. Much love to you. My pet won't survive anything. Thank you for being here, man. Take care of yourself. Burnt Sash. I think that's for Monk something. Monk Sash quest. You not need the ash root. Can we stop doing the water thing? Call of Flame. Oh, it's the Ranger Ranger spell quest. Yeah, this is the right place. Mr. Death Beetle seems to be having some issues. Black Artisan leggings. These things have like infinite range, infinite. I really hate monks like you, says this Lava Guardian. Pretty mean. Here I am, just trying to make my way in the world. Just trying to make my way. Just trying to make ends meet out here. Going around stealing girls' hair. Skinning gorillas. You know, it's what any adventurer would do. No! Kill the bear. God damn it. Guess we can look at what spells we got then. 47. Valor. Sugar Poison, UDD, and Valor, really. Direct damage. Poison. Shock of Venom. And buffs. Got our new HP buff. We're no longer daring, we're valorous. Right. I think in here is a 3D Lord John. If I remember correctly. Somewhere up here. So these have a damage shield, I think. Like a natural damage shield. This is why we're getting absolutely trucked by them. Man, that aggro range is insane. What the hell? Guys? Why the fuck? Why are we doing this to my poor little pet? What's going on? Pet's losing its shit. Can't deal with this bad thing. Please don't kill my pet again. Come on. I will lay on hands my pet. Sometimes in life you just gotta do what you gotta do. See, we've made another friend. I'm so glad I came in here on D1. Well, fuck. I genuinely do not know how to get out of here. If I even can. Maybe there's some kind of tunnel in here. Oh my word. Kill me dead. Well. That is pretty fucked, isn't it? That is pretty fucked. Shit. There's probably like a tunnel here or something. I don't know. I don't remember this at all. And unfortunately we are mapless in this zone for whatever reason. I don't remember the lava at all. I don't know how I managed to fall in there. I must have like fallen through something. I don't think I can cast levitate on myself, but I don't think that helps, does it? Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay. I mean, that worked. It's a whole lot of imps. Do not kill my pet. I will let him have. There we go. What you get? Absolute scumbags. They think I'm too good to lay on hands my pet. They are so wrong. They're so wrong. Aikido. We did it. Oh my god, man! What the hell? There must be like an actual hole there. Damn, these darn imps everywhere. I'm not trying to be bathing in lava. Just the way things are going right now. Hello, Fruity Lord John. My path to you has been checkered, but I'm here. We made it. Fuck is gonna drop his ring now. Sod's law. No, we're good. The golden 3D pizza is common drop. Enhanced for haste 2, excellent. Okay, that's one more thing done. Right. It's time to go to Toxula Forest. Ring of Tox. We're going to go and have a look at Master YAEL. Because I believe he is the easiest of the raids. We might be, in fact, we almost certainly are. Kill on sight here in Paynew. Oh, we can get this right here. Danger. I mean, I guess we'll try it on 0 first. To see what it's like. So this dumps us in the bottom of the hole, I think. Weird, my maps aren't loading properly. Where the hell are we? Oh! And I haven't seen this in a very long time. Yeah, this is like the bottom of the hole, isn't it? Hi, Noche. How are you? This is on D0. I don't think we should have any problems here. Out of here. There's YAEL with his Earth Shaker. We just straight pull him. Like or anything else, right? He doesn't hit for nothing. He does do some damage. Although I suppose he's burning through his mana right now. He's a wizard. He'll do less once he's burnt out because he's shaman slowed. He does nothing now. Loam encrusted hammers. Great. Farming. You had any luck? No check. Hello, Chili. Yes, I can see you. No, 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 no. Okay, so I guess we try do we quit this? Okay, and then we can make the other ones. We'll try one. It seems like if we don't die to his nukes, then we're probably fine. Maybe he might be awkward when he has an additional class. Not sure. Get over mastery. Really wanted to spell him if possible. We just need to heal through the nuke damage. After he's burnt himself out of mana, he should be fine. Whoa! He knocked me flying and then summoned me back to him. Here you go. A good example of how being diamond can be a double-edged sword. Upgraded to a 1-bedroom suite with full kitchen, and it's a very nice room. The layout has no desk, so you have to use the dinner table. Oh shit! I mean, that still sounds very nice though. I hope other than that, it's a lovely room. Oh, hello there, a flighty fiend. Yeah, or could you not kill my pet, please? I'm trying to kill your friend here. That's Shaker. Of course, this one is too low level, and this is Serpent's Tooth. This is not Paladin usable, so this is really useless to us. Yeah. So like Earthshaker is a great proc. It's a really great proc, but it needs to be much higher than this one. We could always raise it up. I don't think we have any use for Serpent's Tooth. Yes. Let me out. Right. Quit. And then 2. Yeah, that does suck. I can understand that, RSL. Hello, Chili. That's my keyboard. Thank you. Where's the fiend? You don't really want it to add in the middle of the fight. There it is. Oh, fuck. I see. This is gonna hurt, isn't it? Oh! Fuck's sake, man. Oh, we are absolutely cooked. We landed us slow. Okay, so need the flighty fiend to walk into us. There were numerous problems there. We are on completely the wrong side now. I guess we want to pull YAEL to like the corner at the back. Is that what we've learned here? Ah, that thing sees me. Okay. No. Can't pull it there. Oh, Jesus, man. That's not helpful. His aggro range is so insane. We can kill the elementals and that helps. We can always just feign him off if we want to. The channeler is a cleric. Okay, can we slow him? Slowed and incapped. Oh no, the fiend. Can't get on the fiend. I am permanently rooted by YAEL. Oh, there we go. We can lay on hands now. Really dirt, bro. That is used for something. We have to go recovery. He actually doesn't do a lot here. When you say reset, you mean raid limit reset or server reset? There's a weekly reset. Weekly reset, Sean. Slay's about to wear off. So he has rolled a Beast Lord here and has slowed us both. That's why this is so horribly rough. To reslow. And re-incap. That slow sucks so much. We need to reslow. We almost have lay on hands off. There's lay on hands.